團隊咧，佢哋唔會俾你其他嘅答案，佢哋盡量咧就會盡量嘅答你哋。咧跟住嗰個公共人嘅評論嘅話咧，佢哋會商量關於呢個嘅建議俾你哋嘅攞你哋嘅建議咧，咁樣都可以決定咗將來要點樣嘅評論呢個公民設計嘅評論。佢哋咧職業委員人咧都會加埋呢個過程落去，咁樣咧我哋咧就會 CEO 就會睇下個成個過程到完成。佢哋咧就會繼續嘅睇住，等到呢個計劃咧，但下一輪嘅時候咧，先嚟決定下一次嘅日期。
Concluding the CDR master plan process does not conclude the city's review process overall. The civic design review
呢個基本上嘅公共設計評論嘅話咧，就會俾人哋投票嚟到決定呢個計劃需唔需要再翻嚟開會，或者睇下佢哋可以唔可以接受公民設計評論嘅意見，委員嘅意見。咁樣如果要投票嘅，我會叫佢哋咧委員會咧投票。
Thank you all for attending today's special civic design review meeting. As noted, the CDR committee is convening today to discuss the master plan proposal for Police and Market East.
咁咧，我哋基本上咧，今日咧就會Market East 嗰度。呢一次咧係頭一次嘅 CDR 咧係開會同我哋睇。基本上咧就叫嗰個申請人就係接受我哋嘅呢個我哋嘅計劃同設計同發展專業人士。CDR 嘅最新嘅同公共嘅交通同嗰個地區嘅周圍嘅地方。
CDR staff will provide further information in just a bit about this.
就會供應我哋多啲嘅工作人員就會供應你哋多啲等陣嘅資料。CDR 個職員就會第一，我哋嘅表達等陣，我哋就會跟住俾你哋嘅表達你嘅問題。第一，請你尊敬呢啲佢哋嘅職員嘅工作嘅範圍入邊。我哋會盡我哋嘅力量咧，俾大家嚟到參與呢個過程。我哋都會供應你唔同語言嘅翻譯。咁樣咧，我哋都會俾啲時間俾呢個翻譯有機會嚟到翻俾你哋聽。我哋都會限制你2分鐘。請你留意下每一個嘢咧就2分鐘，咁樣我哋先有機會，咁樣先有機會俾大家有機會問，咁樣都有我哋要俾佢哋職員咧都有機會咧嚟到答你問題。但係我哋咧就唔會想又再嗌嚟嗌去咁樣嘅過程咧，就唔想嘥呢啲時間。如果你真係問唔到嗰日，你就借個電郵俾佢哋 CDR@ 叫你答。唔該，你冇再重新嘅講過頭先之前講過嘅嘢。如果係咁樣嘅話咧，我哋就會叫你咧就冇再繼續。我都會同你講咧，2分鐘已經到啦，咁樣咧你就知道你就快要停止啦。如果你即係講 你要答問嘅嗰啲問題咧，請你準確嘅咁樣嘅答，成個一個過程嚟嘅。我哋都會仲會有開會，就係將來入邊仲會再開會。今日咧見呢個 CDR 嘅工人咧，都會得到啲正確嘅一啲資料，咁樣我哋就會開始㗎啦嚇呢個開會。
Staff will now describe the Civic Design Review or CDR process.
而家員工咧就而家要講俾我哋聽關於呢個 CDR 嘅過程。呢個咧係一個好大嘅過程嚟嘅。呢個度嘅委員會咧，佢哋設計一個好專業嘅設計人，代表咧我哋呢個嚟到點樣嘅咁大嘅計劃咧，會點樣嘅嚟影響到你公共嘅一個嘅領域。呢個公共領域咧就會一部分嘅嚟到咧展示到佢哋啲人嘅睇法，同你可以睇到同可以有過程可以見到，包括咧可以公共嘅地方，你嗰條街街路邊公園嗰個佢嘅條件咧就係咧係有好有呢度咧有兩種嘅 CDR 嘅開會，同佢嘅佢計劃同佢嘅嗰棟樓。咁佢包括咧就係一個好似一個學院咁樣咁大。所以咁樣嘅 CDR 嘅佢講咧就係個地足精神咧，嗰棟樓咧就係仲有佢嘅周圍嗰度咧，呢個咧要攞申請一個批准令咁樣。下一個。
CDR for master plans typically concerns the general size.
基本上咧，總體嘅計劃咧就係咧尺寸同佢形狀咧係最重要嘅點。加埋咧就係周圍嘅環境都係有影響嘅。最主要我哋講咧就係行人道同公共嘅通道、交通同公共嘅交通、公共開放嘅空間同嗰個建築物嘅嗰個整體嘅尺寸同形狀。下一個。
There are existing regulations which offer guidance for master plan reviews.
呢個整體嘅計劃咧就係我哋可以提供，我哋可以咧提高我哋呢條街嘅呢條街嘅質素，都可以公開咗咧嗰啲比較私隱嘅地方或者比較公共嘅地方都可以睇到。促進個公共交通嘅使用，殘疾人嘅綜合無障礙嘅環境，盡量減少車輛服務區嘅不利嘅視覺影響。同一個時間咧都可以應接嗰啲送貨車輛，供應安全或者係嗰啲充足嘅通道，包括小規模嘅屋嘅停車場喺公共嘅街道嗰度嘅明顯行人連接。評論嘅質問咧可能不止一個。個建築公司咧就唔需要一定要攞我哋 CDR 委員會嘅建議，但係咧我哋都勸佢哋咧盡量嘅接受我哋嘅意見。好多建築商咧，佢哋因為攞咗我哋嘅建議咧，佢哋就對佢哋嘅計劃咧嘅反應咧就有改進咗。
Go back one slide, please. Oh, there we go. Excuse me. Thank you. Next, we will hear a presentation from the development team.
Thank you.
佢哋嘅
I want to ask the applicant team, RCO reps,
表
and
演
city council staff
演示
members
演講佢哋
for
嘅
their
計劃，
participation.
佢哋要講嗰
The
啲
RCO
委員會
representative,
嘅人嘅
the
報告。
RCO representative. RCO representative. Are you here?
I'll look in the audience again, Chair.
Okay. City council member, is there a city council member, staff member from the city council member's office here?
佢哋嗰個City Council 嗰度嚟嘅代表。
If he would like, Councilmember Squilla is in attendance and it can unmute. At this
市
time.
議會
Okay, great, thank you. What about the RCO representative? John Shen, is he here or someone from his office?
John should be able to unmute at this time.
All right, great, thank you.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you just state your
Yeah.
name for
Sure.
the record and
講
organization?
你嘅名，
Thank
你
you.
嘅
I'm
個
John
公司
Chen, Philadelphia County
John Chen.
Development Corporation, PCDC, RCO.
係張村係嗰個
The,
同仁街嗰度嘅
council
代表。
please state his name for the record.
公司 member 嘅名，市
Councilman.
議會成員，
We
市
can check
議
in
會
with
成
the
成員。
witness as
Okay.
the meeting goes on.
Okay, all right, the applicant team, are you here and ready to go?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can begin.
呢個是
Thank you, Chairperson John. Thank you to the committee, the CDR team, and for all that are joining us here today. Good morning, everyone.
大家俾我哋參與，
We're delighted to be here and excited for the opportunity.
我好高興嚟呢度今日。
My name is Sherveen
Thank you.
Bhavtechi, and I'm the head of design and construction for the Sixth.
我係總部即係總設計團隊呢樣。
Grigos and Catherine Mismer from Claire Harrison, along with our design experts Jordan Goldstein, JJ Rivers, and Alex Chan from Gensler Architects, as well as Anne Marie Vigilante from Langen Engineers. So I'll just say a few words and I'll start with our vision and our goal, and then I'll turn it over to the
先
design
開始
team.
同我哋講咧，我哋
Our vision
諗法
is to
同我哋嘅目
reimagine
標係
and
乜嘢
revitalize？ this critical stretch of Market East while being mindful of the rich culture and history of the adjacent communities. Our goal has been and will be
我哋嘅
to
目
create a
標咧，
world-class experience, not
就
just
係
for
要
the
設計
event,
一個咧全世
but more
界
importantly,
性、
an
國
enhanced
際性
stay
嘅一
experience
個
for the
嘅
district and the entire
設
city
計
of Philadelphia. So
會
today's
會
an
好似
opportunity
提高
for us
咗
to
我哋
hear
成個
directly
費
from
城
you
嘅
all,
嗰個
so that we can
嘅
continue
質
to
素。
incorporate feedback into the design to
我哋都
maximize
會繼
connection
續
with
嘅
the
嚟到
surrounding
合
neighborhoods.
作同對大家
As
合
we
作。
embarked on designing the arena, we first looked at
咁
the
我咧，
site
我
from
哋
an urban
以
planning
呢個
perspective.
設計
The
呢
site is
個
uniquely centered between
地方
City
嘅
Hall
話
and
咧，
Independence Mall, and we recognize that we have a rare opportunity to create a
我
new
我
node
哋
that
咧就
connects
要
these
發
two
覺到咧，
markets
我
to
哋
our
仲
east
有
and west. Our
連
plan
接
also
到呢個
connects the
東
neighborhoods
同
toward
西
north
邊。
and south. Our team heard from a variety of stakeholders about the need to create better connections from Market Street going north and breaking up the big box of the mall, which serves as a barrier and a border. Relatedly, we have also reimagined how the public interacts with the building by transforming the existing inward-looking mall and
我
creating a
哋都
more
係要睇下點樣嘅
next slide, please. Sorry, next one. As you can see from the agenda, the team will walk through the existing site and then transition to the
你就會睇到咧，我哋會行埋呢度嘅幾個程序咁樣嘅，有好多嘅步驟。
hearing your comments on the interaction with the public realm. Our team has had lots of conversations with the
我哋嘅
community
團隊咧
stakeholders
有好多
over
嘅
the course of the past year,
意
and we
見同
already
資
have
料
incorporated a
接
variety
收
of
到，
changes in the current concept
我哋都有好多嘅
presentation
方式
about
咧
the
嚟
site
到
today,
有改
including
進，
feedback
需要
from
改
our
進。
RCO meeting.
包
We
括
will
咧，我哋
continue to
要
listen to our
對
neighbors' thoughts and consider
大
your
家嘅
feedback
答
as
案
we
啊，對
refine
你
the
哋嘅
design.
反應。
Finally, we know there are lots of other
最尾
components about
我
this
哋都
project
知咧，
beyond just the design.
呢個計劃
As
咧
mentioned
不
during
止
the
淨係設
introduction,
計
we're
啫，
here to present our design and address questions related to our plans.
我哋都係
I would
嚟
encourage
到同
anyone with
大
any
家
questions about engagement
表示出嚟嘅我哋嘅設計
process
同
of
你哋
the
嘅
impact
合
or
作同答
community
案。
benefits agreement to visit
仲有咧，你哋社區嘅福利，
to look at all the information as
你
available
可以上到我哋嘅
and
網
stay
站，
tuned for other opportunities to
你
engage.
就睇多啲
With
呢啲
that,
嘅設計圖嘅資料。
really excited to turn it over to Jordan Goldstein from the
咁樣咧，
council.
我哋就要交俾 Jordan 嗰時。
Jordan, if you will.
Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Sherveen. Appreciate that. And thank you all for the opportunity to be here. And
多謝大家。
Gensler team, I'll get this started. If we could go to the next slide.
開始啦，下一輪。
And just to start it off, my name is Jordan Goldstein, and I've been a part of this process now with 76 Place team.
Jordan Goldstein.
I'm sorry, this is Mark Squilla. I was having problems on muting earlier. I just wanted to say for the record that I'm participating in the CDR and listening carefully to all the design that's being presented, and then the questions from the surrounding community and people that are being impacted by the proposal that we're hearing today. So thank you for that, and apologizing for not being able to get on.
Yeah, no worries, Mark. Welcome. Thanks for the introduction.
Also,
Yeah,
just for a minute, I just want to mention that there is a representative here also from a council member, Kendra Brooks' office also.
Did you want to do an intro there or just to continue?
You can continue.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks. So just as a quick background, so my name is Jordan Goldstein, and I'm managing principal and incoming CEO of Gensler, and I've been pleasured to be involved in this process since the onset of studies. So we thought it'd be helpful today to start off, as Sherveen alluded to in the previous slide overview, of a context and a orientation to the site. So wanted to just
而家講關於呢個地點嘅資料俾我哋。
and also just making sure everyone is fully aware of
我
the
咧
site
想幫
location.
你哋了解多啲關於呢個地方、呢個地點嘅資
A
料，
key component of the discussion today.
因為呢個咧
So
就
the area
今
that
日
we're
最
focusing
重要
on
要
is
講嘅。
in blue, and the area
嗱，
immediately
你睇嗰個藍色嘅地方咧，嗱，你睇佢嘅周圍嘅地方咧，
and think about how this site and the development
你睇下呢個
opportunity
地方
can
可
really
以
reimagine and
供應我
revitalize
哋將來
marketplace
嘅
while protecting and preserving
嘅好處係咩嘢？
neighborhoods through a series of connections and an opportunity
喺我哋周圍全部都可以連接到
that is
可以連接到周圍嘅店
making
啊，
very much accessible on
咁
all
樣咧
sides.
乜嘢你去
The
咩
site
地方都
itself
好
is
咧，都好
located,
方便啦。
in the urban core of Philadelphia. It's in addition, it is situated
加埋咧
right
佢
above
就
and right on a mass transit site, which we'll talk about, surrounded by some existing parking garages, which we'll highlight.
佢咧周圍咧都有停車場，好方便。 仲有其他嘅建築物佢可以傾嘅等陣。
One of the things we want
下
to also
下
talk
一個
about throughout the course of the presentation today is the opportunities to think about sustainability on this project. We recognize
呢個咧就係佢呢個計劃
just about a building. It's really about the surrounding areas. So it's
可以嘅持續性。
into thinking about the development of design through the design
我哋要
process
睇下
itself,
佢呢個
but
設
also
計
on the
嘅
strategies that are employed around the site that enable and further mobility
建
strategies,
築，
mass transit, that also look at
就要睇你係佢哋嘅交通供應，
materialities that welcome sustainable strategies.
我哋都好可以歡迎你哋。
It's like this and the development opportunity present an opportunity to go beyond
我哋去演示出嚟
itself and its
嘅機
operation,
會咧，
but sustainable and resilient strategies that can benefit the larger district and the city.
我到時咧我哋可以演示出嚟咧，比呢個區咧更加大嘅一個地區。
So taking a look from an aerial view, the
你睇我哋
arena
嘅
site is located in the blue
我哋
area
咧
that
就
you
喺
see.
嗰個藍色
It's
嗰度咧，
really
呢個地
situated
方
between 10th and 11th Street, and
佢就係近喺10
north on
同
Market
11
Street.
街
It's midway between City Hall and Independence Mall.
之
And it's
前，
immediately adjacent to Chinatown on our north, to Midtown, to the Washington Square West
就
neighborhood,
近
as
Washington
well as being
Square
integral to the overall Market
West
East corridor. And we
就
believe that
近埋
discussions
Market
today will
East
highlight how
Corridor
this arena
Fashion District
invigorating Market East and beyond. And we also believe that the
Market
master plan
East.
site has the potential to really create a new node linking the 8 blocks connecting City Hall to Independence Mall and
你
become
係仲有咧，就係差唔多8條街入邊啊，你都有
that is not really permeable and
周圍咧都係有接埋
certainly to the east and west through the Market Street corridor. We also
Convention
recognize that
Centre
there's an opportunity to really enhance the
會
pedestrian
展
experience.
中心啊、唐人街啊、Reading 嘅嗰個市場啊，到時咧呢個咧就可以俾我哋知咧嗰個 Jefferson 嘅車站啊，咁到時咧我哋就可以連接到大家都可以連接到更加好啦。下一邊。
So moving in a bit closer, just to orient everyone, looking at the left side of the screen, 11th
你
Street
睇喺
is
個
right up
左
and
邊
down
嗰
the
度，
page on
你
the
睇
far
11
left.
街、
So 11th Street and then 10th Street
11 街、10
right.
街，
So this is the westernmost block of the 3-block fashion
呢個係差唔多係西邊啦。
And starting at the bottom of the page, we have Market Street and then Filbert Street
喺下邊就係 Market 街，
to the north and Cuthbert Street, which is the top of the page. In red
你仲有 Cabot Street 喺上邊嗰度。
As it exists today, the fashion district itself is largely an inward
Cabot Street 嗰度咧就係我哋要講嘅、要起嘅地方。
really a 3-block development.
所以呢一講咧係3條街啦，咁大嘅呢個計劃。
As we get further into this master plan discussion today, we hope to create a new level of
呢個我哋如果真係深入講呢個整體嘅計劃嚟講咧，
through a series of public connectors and a
我
series
哋
of
有一班嘅建築公共嘅連接線，都係好一個好大嘅方便。
look at the existing
下一
context
個
through some images. So we'll take a
你
quick
係
look
而家咧
at
係嗰個西北邊嗰個 Market 街西北邊嘅圖
We're
片，
gonna start here at the corner of 10th and Market.
呢個係10街同 Market 街嘅角頭。
Point out a couple things that we feel are important and relevant to the conversation today.
呢個咧就係講今日要傾嘅嘢啦。
This bridge is up 1
你喺我哋嘅右邊嗰度咧係一條橋，連接2樓呢條橋咧連接我哋去嗰個District Fashion Mall 嗰度。呢個總體嘅計劃嚟講咧，所以我哋雖然我哋講改變咗，但係咧呢條橋都係可以方便你去呢個地鐵極場嗰度。左邊嗰度，所以呢個基本上咧係要好艱難過馬路呢度，淨係唔係呢度過，就係要行到後邊嗰度過。 仲有好多街嗰度咧都已經封咗啦，嗰啲門。所以而家我哋睇下東邊嘅 Market 街啦。你咧咁樣睇咧，就係向東邊睇。
through the mall itself. We recognize also with this opportunity that there's, not just through the development we're proposing, but also, in its future tenancy in the mall to think
呢個係即係將來嚟講咧，嗰個 mall 嚟講咧，就會比較方便啲。呢個係西面 Filbert 街嘅西向西嘅 Filbert 街。 我哋企喺9街嗰度 ，Filbert 9街咁樣直睇，向西邊睇。 咁我哋即係基本上 mall 就喺左邊啦。你睇喺右邊呢度，呢度咧右邊呢度就係嗰個 Greyhound 嘅巴士站啦。
which you can start to see in that.
我哋到時會將呢個咧就會
You also
向
go
住
to
北
the
邊
next slide.
連接佢下一邊。
Great, thanks. So this is looking east on Cuthbert. So what you're
呢個係
seeing
向
here
呢個向
is
南部
the Cuthbert Street is really going to right there was actually the street sign right past the yellow bollards, and you're looking at the existing garage on the left.
東邊呢
The
個
10th Street Bridge that I mentioned earlier is straight down. So you're looking south here from the intersection
都
of
向
Cuthbert
南
and 10th
邊
Street.
睇。
And the bridge that goes over
嗰條橋咧過去
the view that's going through that is basically the bridge that goes over. It's connecting the existing western.
哦，嗰條直睇嘅就係嗰條橋啦。咁樣我哋要過去嗰個
itself.
Fashion Mall 嗰度啦。
When we talk about that red line that was going through on the earlier slide, that can.
頭先之前我哋講嗰條紅線咧
corner
就係呢度啦，
that's a little bit midpoint of the image to the
通過
right.
呢度卡布街嗰
It
度
continues further towards that bridge.
就近到直接上到去嗰條橋嗰度。卡布街嘅南部南邊。
So this is the view looking east on Cuthbert. So this is the rear of the existing Greyhound bus terminal site.
哦，呢度就係Greyhound 嘅巴士站啦，總站啦。
Look here, what
你係喺向南睇，
garage that I mentioned in
你
the
都會睇到呢度係停車場，
back to the left.
喺最尾嗰度後左邊嗰
To
度。
the right, that kind of larger
啊，mall 咧就喺左邊右邊呢度。
A couple of things to point out on this slide right here. It's hard to really tell Cuthbert Street is there because it's really kind of
我今日睇到卡布街，
the Greyhound depot side, which is to the right.
因為咧有 Greyhound 巴士站喺呢度，我哋就比較艱難睇到下一邊
Great, thanks.
標布
So
街
this is
東
looking
邊。
east on Filbert Street.
呢個標布街咧睇向東睇，即係基本上係喺十一街嗰度，喺 Hilton Garden Inn 嗰度，喺我哋嘅左邊嗰邊。因為我哋右邊呢邊咧就係另外一個站，喺 Filbert 十一街嗰度。 嗰啲窗簾咧，嗰啲窗口咧就可以睇到陽光可以過嚟呢邊。咁你睇咧，你就可以睇到嗰啲街路嗰度啦。所以而家咧呢個基本上呢個咧就係會睇到我哋嘅機場嗰度。都停車場咧就係喺個右邊嗰度。
It's something that we actually are looking at in our development proposal, being able to still maintain a connection from
基
the
本上咧，我哋想睇下咧，就最主要就係呢度啦，睇嗰個停車場過嚟我哋 Arena 呢度。
One of the things we also will note in this image is you see the mechanical ventilation that is above the SEPTA glass. It's something that we've worked in. You'll see that in some of the proposed initial conceptual images of maintaining
就
that.
係咧，我哋要睇到，因為我哋盡量要想保持住呢個車站同嗰啲自然嘅陽光咁樣嘅角度，仲有嗰啲嗰棟樓嘅原裝嘅嗰個設計。
Yeah, great, thank you. So this is you're seeing this Jefferson Station, one of the entry points to the left. So you're looking.
Jefferson 街咧就喺左邊嗰度嗬，十一街向南。 呢個咧就向嗰個Market 街嗰度。
And then also the opaqueness of the mall facade. Okay, we go to the next slide.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is JJ Rivers. I'm a principal and studio director at Gensler, focused on sports and entertainment. So thanks, Jordan, for walking us through the existing conditions. We're going to walk through a couple things here around the specific lot. So on screen now, what you're seeing is the existing condition surveys of the two lots that Jordan had mentioned. The first being On the southern side, the Fashion District, and to the north is the Greyhound lot. So if we go to the next slide, what you're going to see on the left-hand side here is the existing Greyhound lot in green, which actually only has a single-story vacated bus terminal and depot.
Là con Greyhound thì xe chậm hơn rồi.
In the blue area is
Anh
actually
làm
existing
cái nên nó phải thấy là cái lắm sẽ có đồ hạ bên cái đồ nó sẽ hay cái đồ sinh trưởng rồi lo cái sự công làm bên hai hay giàu hơn rồi đấy cái hai có được kinh chi cái là những người hay cứ vượt cái đó rồi là thay liền chỉ cho rồi cái đồ đấy là mô chỉ mô tách chỉ cái mỗi kinh là chỉ cái con đấy chẳng hạn có thể kinh như cái chỉ chủ như cái cao vậy bây giờ cái bà sẵn ngô con tỉnh phong trạng chính kinh trọng có tổ lấy chẳng hạn do con các bạn cái phong trạng là các bạn cái mà cái tín nhập bạn cái có tỉnh phong trạng chỉ về quê đây chẳng hạn hay Bắc Kinh cái rồi ở phần chính lý sạo lấy hay属于cái tí tay sau được cái ốc rồi xong rồi chẳng hạn tại sọc cái có thể chiều lấy呢個咧就係細，即係講提高嘅橋梁嘅，即係講我哋喺下邊都仲可以行過嘅。因為住嘅嗰個棟樓嗰度咧，下邊嗰度咧，都可能會可以行過。
Is 1,600%, which would equate to just about 3 million square feet for the entire site. So
平方尺成個嘅。
FAR is only about half of that at 865%. So there's a lot of development that we're not including in this by right in terms of what we could. And I just think that's important to note here because we need to be contextual for the surrounding urban context and also try and create density at the appropriate.
係要保持住嗰啲都市嘅標準下嚟做建築。佢呢個咧就係嗰條街嘅改變。第一咧就係我哋兩棟樓連接埋一齊，你睇嗰啲藍點線。我哋總計劃嗰度咧有講過，就係連接10到11街。我哋都要加埋Cuthbert Street 同 Filbert Street 嗰度。呢個係我哋分析出嚟嘅。哦，呢個係行人道嗰度嘅。
Conditions and what the impact of the sidewalk modifications would have. So starting on the left-hand side of the page, you're looking at a plan view of 11th Street and how the existing two vehicular lanes today subsequent views to the right. So starting at the bottom of that page, we actually travel from Market Street or from Market Street towards the Hilton Garden Inn. On the right-hand side of the page, it's important to note what you see on 10th Street. So the existing roadway as well as one single traffic lane. So again, starting on the right-hand side,
行街，仲有單車嘅路。如果你喺個南邊嗰度，Filbert 嗰度去 Chinatown 唐人街嗰度。
So if we look at on the next slide at our proposed street modification,
part
of the master plan, what we're proposing is to actually increase the sidewalk width on 10th and 11th Street, shown here in kind of the blue highlighted areas. So the sidewalk extensions will actually accommodate a better pedestrian flow experience, especially for the event days at the arena. But what it also does is improves the everyday experience at the ground floor for pedestrians. I also want to make note here that these extensions will not impact the quantity of the existing
都係講呢啲改變咧，係咪唔會影響到你每一日嘅嗰啲嘅交通嘅質素嚟？我哋盡量會保持住目前嘅呢個設計嘅功能。仲有嗰個單車區嗰條路咧，我哋都會 keep 住。
Extensive analysis relative to the sidewalks extensions, to the impact of the
喺路邊嗰度嘅放大啲，係人做。
disruptions to traffic flow. So a couple things to note on the Market Street side, which is the south side of the page, is that there's existing bus stops and
Market 街嗰度
line entrance will actually be relocated, not removed, just relocated, and the existing
即係我哋唔係講冇咗，但係我哋就係即係移開一啲啲咁咯，佢嗰條街。唔係我哋唔係講冚咗佢，你10街到11街嗰度個行人道嗰度，即係講咧比較有效嘅一個行人道，就係我哋想改變嘅。我哋而家講對目前嘅行人道嚟講咧，同將來嘅行人道嚟講，就係我哋要改進。
Subterranean condition of the loading dock underneath the entire mall. You see the SEPTA tracks coming in there as well.
你睇嗰啲車落嚟，而家目前呢度咧就係嗰啲陸貨啊、送貨嗰啲嘅地方。送貨嘅車道，呢個暫時我哋保住先。keep 住先。嗰個落貨嘅嗰個地方咧，我哋就 keep 住去用，俾呢個戰機嘅場嗰度嘅。我哋因為都唔想影響到街路邊嘅交通嘅交流。咁等陣我哋都係傾多啲。下一個。呢個就係我哋要講俾你聽。呢個都唔算係最尾嘅設計。仲有咧就係仲有嗰啲嘅股東啊，同仲有嗰啲周圍嘅鄰居嘅人嘅參與啊。呢個有幾種嘢咧，我哋想講出嚟嘅咧，就係我哋有講嘅嗰條橋咧，喺停車場嗰度連接過嚟嘅，連接過嚟嗰10街嗰度嘅。北部嗰個向北嗰邊嗰條街，我哋咧就會攞咗。呢個咧，之前我哋等陣我哋都可以傾。好似即係講嘅咧，我哋就仲要擴大多啲，盡量有多啲可以用嘅空間。
So the only building that rises above the roof of the arena is the residential building that JJ mentioned.
唯一一個咧可以高過呢個 arena 嘅棟樓咧，就係嗰棟樓喺後邊嗰度嘅住宅區嗰度 apartment 嗰度。
The sustainability piece that is working through the overall project, I did mention about the roof itself. There is an opportunity to think about how that roof can work in and be part of the solar power opportunities, as well as green roof opportunities for bioretention and rainwater harvesting. If we go to the next slide. This is focusing on the arena itself. And One of the things that was mentioned at the beginning, that I think it's
佢
important.
根本上就係講到嗰啲arena 啦。
Conversation today, and there will be future opportunities for CDR focus.
都有幾個嘅機會咧嚇，我哋到時都會講到，牽連到呢個住宅區公園。
That is there now, and then also the residential tower that sits above the arena to the right. We go to the next
會
slide.
影響到嘅嗰個摩喺右邊嗰度。
So these are two important sections through this.
呢度有兩個好重要嘅一個
So the top
計
block
劃
is really looking,
建築。
it's cutting through the building. It's like slicing it through. And what you're
跟
seeing
住咧，我哋
is
就
one
切
block
過
of
喺嗰度
existing
切過去
sectors
咁樣一個
that
洞
run, east to west through the site.
喺
So the top one is really
東
north
道
south
去西嗰邊，
with Market Street is to the right. The bottom one
Market
is a
街咧就喺右
that
邊
is
嗰度。
looking in a sense, kind of east to west. So you're basically cutting 11th Street is to your left, 10th Street is to your
十
right.
一街咧就係你嘅左邊。
Because one of the things that we've looked at in this is that we are trying to create these connections through the site. From Market Street north,
繼續喺度揾緊嘅個連接性，
and from 10th
即係 Market 同 Common 嗰度嘅連接性嘅
recognizing also that we
嘅方
have
式。
one of the busiest mass transit sites here in the station at Jefferson, is being able to create that environment where that's happening at the ground level. So what that means is the arena itself, the bowl of the arena is
呢
lifted.
個 arena
That's allowing
就係
us
其
to
實係一個提高咗。
which we'll show in a couple of the
咁
subsequent
我哋提高咗咧，就可以連接到呢個 Market 街呢度啦，
and that permeability
嗰個
through the site
橋
that
嗰
you
度。
don't get now. It also preserves the functionality and usage and the volume of Jefferson Station.
嗰就提高咗咧，咁樣就嗰個 Jeff Station 佢嘅嗰個站嗰個站。
Sure. Jordan,
That's
I'm
all.
going to jump in here and talk a little bit about the kind of elevated bridges that you'd mentioned before. We'll also acknowledge we'll start to move a little bit faster to be respectful to the time period that we're given
盡
for.
量講快啲嚇。
So, looking more closely at kind of the elevated connection points of the master plan above street level, there are multiple existing bridges that connect to the fashion district that will be
即係有幾條橋啊，連接到嗰個Fashion District 嗰度摩嗰度。 我哋都會重新嘅建過。 西北邊嗰度喺嗰個右邊。
This is a big concession. We certainly there was a loss of
呢個
connectivity.
係一個好大嘅一個計劃。 So 我哋俾你哋俾我哋嘅意見咧係好重要。 So 我每一日咧都喺嗰度嘅參與呢個計劃。 呢條橋咧，我哋就加入嗰個摩嗰度 Fashion District 嘅摩嗰度。 So 基本上你目前嘅嗰個橋咧都係喺嗰個合格嘅範圍入邊設計嘅。 呢個係嗰個西北邊嘅橋嗰度。 可能會有啲少少改變啫，因為我哋會去連接到咧喺嗰個 arena 嗰個嘅嗰層樓嗰度咧，要連接到佢啱啱好。可能我哋要俾佢連接到俾佢同樣一個地方。下一個。 呢個第十街嗰度嘅橋。 呢個咧都係喺目前嘅一個合格嘅範圍入邊。
Today on 10th Street, the bridge is.
今日咧喺豆實街嘅嗰條橋咧，比較近嗰個 Market 街嘅嗰個牆嗰度。 我哋要睇到入邊嘅設計同出邊嘅設計。 咁樣咧，我哋要設計一個咧透明啲嘅即係講出邊睇入嚟咧係透明嘅，即係玻璃型嘅。 呢個咧就係嗰條街啦，嗰條橋啦。呢個咧就基本上咧有節目嘅時候咧係咪？就會見到嘅俾佢哋用嚟講咧就比較合理嘅設計。我哋要俾每一日咧係有一個新嘅改進俾嗰啲探訪呢個 arena 嘅顧客啊嘅委員。你係嗰條橋咧係透明嘅，即係講玻璃嘅。如果真係冇節目嘅話咧，嗰條橋都係開住嘅，所以基本上你都可以用一年、成年都可以用。
This is a rendering of the west.
呢個係喺一個西東南邊嘅十一街。你睇喺左邊嗰度係新嘅入口。呢個10到11街喺 Jefferson Station 車站嗰度。跟住係 Jefferson 西邊嘅入口嗰度。
And the existing mural will be untouched. Additionally, as Jordan mentioned, we will be integrating kind of the existing conditions and the mechanical ventilation and such into the facade as well to make sure.
仲有咧就係入去嗰個
remains intact. Next slide. Based on the feedback from our RCO meeting just last week. We did elect to add in this in-progress rendering that's taken from the corner of 10th and Cuthbert, looking southwest. While this was not previously included in the initial submission, we did feel it was important to add this in today's presentation to add to the conversation. It's been an important driver to facilitate activation on all sides of the site. What you see here, kind of right on the corner, is a prominent food and beverage or a retail opportunity directly on the corner. To the left, you see the the east entry to the Filbert Street Promenade. So as you saw that in the previous rendering, that internal connector will link both 10th and 11th Street and run across the site. And then on the right side, you start to see the street level tower above. Next slide. The last three views really captured a lively and engaging and activated streetscape. We're going to focus in on some of the proposed site features now. Are the sidewalk extensions in light blue. At street level, surrounding the building and encroachment zone. This zone will incorporate street planners, bike racks.
呢個咧就會改進嗰個街路邊嘅嗰啲設計。尤其係即係嗰個 arena 周圍嗰度。
And here's some quick snapshots of the pedestrian experience.
呢個就係我哋行人道喺街路邊嘅行人道嘅設計。有啲可以停單車或者行路。
To highlight the transparency on the ground level. I think part of this master plan proposal is really
第一層樓嘅嗰個透明。嗰條橋。因為佢已經都係有玻璃㗎啦。好，但係雖然佢係有嗰個佢有玻璃，但係咧佢嗰個玻璃咧就係入唔到去嘅。嗱，而家啦喺左邊呢張咧就係目前嘅圖片啦，目前嘅樓啦。你喺右邊咧，你呢個係新嘅樓。你喺咧下邊嘅 Market 街嗰度，佢11街嘅接口嗰度，佢基本上咧係有玻璃嘅，但係咧入唔到去。咁咧，我哋就開咗咧11街咧， 就係嗰個角頭嗰度咧，咁樣就係咧就變成咧比較多人咧可以聚埋一齊咁，咁樣咧就可以入口啦。下一個。呢個咧係喺路上街路邊咁樣睇嘅計劃。呢個你係睇到我哋超級市嘅喺左右邊。你喺嗰個角頭嗰個10同11街嘅角頭嗰度咧，都係可以入口嘅。咁你可以入咗 arena 嗰度。你一入咗去咧，就係向北嗰度入。你喺嗰個橙色咧嗰度咧，就係嗰個車站，就係嗰個 Jefferson 街嘅嗰個車站。你哋嗰個 Filbert 街東西邊都可以連接到呢度。咁呢啲咧連接到去11街都得。呢個係入邊。呢個係入嚟佢嘅大廳嗰度。所以喺呢度入邊咧，你可以睇到嗰啲連接性嘅。你都可以喺嗰個 Filbert 街嗰度就入嚟嘅，從嗰個 Market 街嗰度入嚟。呢個係 Filbert 街嗰度嘅連接呢度。你嗰個火車站喺左邊。你去到尾尾嗰度咧，差唔多係嗰條片嘅中間嗰度就係 Filbert 街嗰度啦。呢度咧就係我頭先講嘅東北邊嘅。東啦。呢個係好重要嘅，呢個唔係講淨係講有節目先咁到，我哋講係365日嘅交通嘅。咁樣呢個咧，我哋都係講咧，每一日嘅咁多人會出入呢個地方。仲有咧就係咧一樣好咧，就係可以喺當日有節目嘅時候咧，嗰啲出入嘅人數都可以幫到。所以咧，如果你喺嗰個黃色嗰個地方入嚟嘅話咧，都可以。你都可以喺Jefferson 嗰邊咧，東邊或者西邊都可以入。就咁樣，你基本上就有3個入口啦。喺黃色嗰邊，仲有2個地方喺橙色嗰邊。我哋就有喺11街嗰度。11街嗰度。我哋都有講關於橋，有2個提高嘅橋，一個就係一個係7街同一個係停車場嗰度。啲藍色、淺藍色嗰啲。啲淺藍色嘅嗰日當有節目嘅嗰日嘅圖片。如果講冇 event 嘅嗰日子，即係講冇節目嘅時候咧，都有咁多嘅入口冇節目都好，都有咁多嘅入口可以用到。呢個咧就係冇節目嘅時候嘅入口。呢個成個啦， 同南就開俾嘅公共用嘅，呢個就去吸物嗰度嘅。下一個呢個對比啦，即係講有節目同冇節目嘅時候嘅人流嘅呢個設計。有樣嘢我要講，邊個會入嚟？仲有幾多人會入嚟？有幾個人咧？如果有節目上有幾個人就會入嚟？因為我哋而家想做咧，就係呢個360度嘅一個棟樓。我哋講就係 queuing 啦。
Alex, you want to take us home?
Sure.
即係我哋會講咧，就係講如果有節目上咧，邊一個門可以入，邊一個門唔可以入。
As previously mentioned, the master plan site is ideally situated to facilitate.
仲計劃咧就係我哋盡量嘅設計比較完美，呢度好多嘅火車站。仲有一個咧就係去嗰個 Market Frankfurt 嘅條線南線。我哋呢度咧就係要設計火車站嘅公用。我哋喺 Market 街嗰度咧，睇咧係你喺我哋嗰講提高升高咗。我哋基本上咧就係提高咗咧喺街嘅上邊啦。即係講咧，如果睇求乜嘢咧，全部都係喺嗰條街嘅上邊上一層，唔係喺街嗰邊嗰層。Jefferson 街都係一樣，我哋都唔會掂佢咁多。下一條。呢個係放大呢個 Jefferson 街嘅圖片。
Will continue around the corner for 2 bays. The remaining 3 bays of windows will remain in place as well.
呢個角度呢個，即係我哋睇有時要俾啲陽光入嚟。Jefferson 車站。
Okay, great. Just move quickly. Next slide. There are existing easements that assure continuity across the site.
呢個係一個好短嘅一個剪過嗰個車站嘅車櫃嗰度。呢個一新嘅通道嚟嘅。Jefferson 嘅車站。講嗰個連接線嘅Jefferson 街同嗰個 Market 嗰度嘅連接線會影響到。呢個我哋有講啊，之前Jefferson 嗰度嘅嗰啲會保住住。基本上咧，我哋就喺嗰度冇改變。我哋呢個建築工程師又睇到周圍啦，有差唔多20個停車場。所以你講嘅話咧，就係
significantly more supply of available parking spaces than the anticipated demand of the arena. And through technology,
基本上咧係有屬於足夠嘅停車場啦。如果我哋 arena 嗰度有比賽嘅話，或者有節目嘅話，呢啲咧係就係嗰啲停車場咧係都可以連接嚟呢度，點樣嘅行過嚟我哋呢度嘅 arena 呢度。仲有最尾呢幾張。呢個係subway，用近區嘅呢個 subway，呢個都係一個 subway 嘅停站嚟嘅。喺 Market 街嗰度。 呢個啲
Next slide.
參與嘅個條街嗰度。
And then regarding bicycle transit, this
仲
is
有
a
就
map
係
of
單
the
車
existing
踩
bicycle
單車
network.
嘅路，
With the proposed master plan, there's no major impacts to the existing network. And
車
we hope to
單車
maintain
就冇咩影
further
響到，
growth
都
of
係目
existing
前呢個
access
藍
and
線呢
use.
度。
I think you could just click through the next few slides. Again, no changes.
冇情
significant
嘅，冇
changes
改
to
變呢
bike
度，
lanes
都係冇
inside.
改變。
We will be providing bicycle storage and parking on site. You do see at the north the residential bicycle storage, which will be below grade with the parking. There will be a street level arena bicycle storage, which will be
呢個嘅都會有個單車店，
some general areas around the site that will also allow bicycle
仲有
parking
幾個
on site.
周圍嘅地方咧，都可以俾你停你嘅單車。多謝晒你嘅表現表達嘅啲資料，我哋會再繼續嘅跟進啲。 多謝， 多謝晒 CDR 嘅公員， 職員同設計師。 呢個係 Jack 咧，就係我哋嘅職員。 呢個都基本差唔多係4.25個毛，即係差唔多有185個平方英尺。
And there have been no reviews for zoning compliance or applications for bonuses at this time. The site is presently used as a portion of the Fashion District Mall and the site of the
目前
former
咧就叫做 Fashion District Shopping Mall
The proposal consists of a total of
Albert Street。
1,605,000
我哋到時會1.600萬嘅平方尺啦。 Arena 咧就有1.18萬平方尺，橋咧都有14000尺方尺，住宅區咧就有46萬平方尺。 佢哋之前都開，今日咧就算開會。
Next slide, please.
下一個
CDR staff comments include comments from other city departments, as well as from
呢啲意見咧就係我哋
experience in the planning
其他嘅部門
large sports arenas
拜成其他嘅政府
and
部門。
stadiums. Representatives from the consultants, Convergence Design, and Ian Smith Architects
呢啲就係嗰啲參與嘅公司
and
建
available
築
for
公司。
questions raised by the committee.
你有乜嘢咧？你哋可以
Next slide,
同佢哋
please.
講。
This project engages all aspects of the public
呢個
realm.
咧就係咧，基本上咧加埋以下嘅嘢，就係設計圖啦。
Staff context slides. Next slide, please. Staff notes that Philadelphia's center city has more than 100,000 residents and more than 300 years of history. The proposed
差唔多300年嘅歷史啦，佢哋。
several well-established residential neighborhoods and close to significant landmarks, including City Hall, Independence Hall,
因為有
and
我哋
historic open
嘅
spaces such as Franklin and Washington Squares.
金融公司
Next slide. Staff notes that the site is close to several transit options and 2 interstate highways.
而且有2個嘅 interstate 嘅高速公路。
Staff notes that the site is close to several
我
large
哋都知咧，呢個咧有近到幾個地方咧，有好多人參與嘅地方，
Reading
包括
Terminal,
就係我哋嘅嗰個 convention centre 啦，
the Fashion District Mall, and
會
others.
站中心啦，
Some
有
of
個
these
Reading
places are
Terminal
interfaces
Market
and do
啦，
not fully engage
有
with
mall
adjacent
啦。
streets and sidewalks. Next slide. Staff notes that several of the
我
adjacent
哋就
blocks
知咧，
have portions of streets or entire
會有一
streets
個咧幾條
covered
街
by
咧係
bridges
咪
and
都係俾
or
橋
above.
蓋咗啦，即係橋喺上邊蓋咗佢啦，
Next
嗰
slide,
條
please.
街。
Staff has organized
我哋
comments
都係
into
知，
3
我哋
principal
有
site
3個
circulation
原
and
因，
public open spaces,
即係佢嗰個地方
transportation
嘅
and transit access,
同佢嘅公開嘅地
building
方。
design,
交
master
通
plan
交流
review.
過境嘅通
Staff
道，
notes
仲有
that
總體
building
計劃
design,
新
staff
查
notes
嘅
comments
嗰啲調查
for
嘅
those
建築
areas
嘅
of
設
building
計。
design which relate to this early phase project development. Site circulation and open spaces.
地場嘅流通嗰個公共嘅踩優空間。呢個咧，我哋可以分開幾個嘅原點嚟講。嗱，你會有車啊，有單車啊，有行人啊，同嗰個道路。呢個咧，基本上咧，最主要嘅咧，建議計劃咧，就係我哋講咧，就係單車人同嗰個行人。我哋都建議咧，暫時咧冚咗 Filbert 街東邊嘅11街。我哋都知咧，如果我哋可以10街11街嗰條街總比較闊啲嘅行人道嘅話咧，就可以比較方便啲。即係10街11街嗰度。仲有咧就係10街同 Cuthbert Street 嗰度都係建議俾佢做闊啲。你有啲地方咧就係俾單車停嘅。第4就係俾單車停嘅地方。尤其是咧個有節目嘅時候咧，活動日嘅時候咧，就主要影響正在嘅研究中間。就 enclose 係冚住嘅啫。而機場嘅提案就計一嚿有蓋嘅地方。基本上就係佢增加有蓋嘅街路。但係咧，有時咧又嗰啲因為冇咩清楚，有啲地方咧冇咁好。佢有大面積嘅不透明區，質量比較低嘅材料。咁樣咧，不活躍嘅用途咧，同照明不足嘅會減少咗城市不同嘅地區之間嘅聯繫感。改善咧嘅 arena 同佢周圍嘅公共嘅通道咧，加強嗰個標誌線，或者同當地嘅目的嘅嗰個地方嘅連接。我哋就移動 Filbert 街同11街嘅入口咧，去少少去東邊，暫時冚咗 Filbert 街同11街去 arena 嗰度。你可以擴大啲嗰個Filbert 街嗰度嘅喺 arena 下邊嗰度。嗰個主要就係個 arena 同 mall 嗰度嘅公共嘅入口嗰度，同減少咗嗰個橋同嗰個10街嗰度嘅橋，減少咗活動，嗰條橋嘅活動。咧就我哋想咧考慮喺 Filbert 街嗰度嘅入口提高佢，咁樣咧就咁樣咧都可以提高咗 arena 嘅公共聯繫嘅可見性啊，並改善咗佢嘅挑戰性。你都可以強調同佢哋嗰啲得多啲陽光。我哋咧就係基本上要確保咧嗰個行人通道咧係咪適合arena 嗰度嘅功能同住宅塔佢嘅入口。咁樣我哋都可以比較有啲比較清楚、比較好闊嘅暢嘅嗰個道路喺嗰個活動日嘅時候。咁我咧入去咧喺嗰個工業嗰度入口嗰度咧，比較方便啲。公開嘅嗰個公用嘅地方。咁樣咧就喺廣場嘅入口嗰度考慮各種嘅情緒嘅或者嘅用途。我哋建議咧就喺嗰個10街同 Market 街嗰度咧開俾你咧，俾廣場嘅入口嗰度咧就可以考慮到嗰幾種嘅情緒啊，同嗰個嘅程序同嗰個用途。交通 我哋嘅職員咧都有注意到咧，arena 相關嘅嗰個大量嘅行人數同附近嘅車站。計劃嘅委員會工作人員咧支持從第10街同第11街咧，就係之間嘅 Market 街嗰度嘅人行道嗰度取除咗公共車場同交通站。嗰隻都需要其他城市機構嘅額外嘅批准嘅。將來咧嘅地鐵咧總部咧設計盡量減少咗對歷史永久嘅嗰個雷丁行嘅嗰個站樓嗰度嘅阻礙。
Future subway head house design should minimize obstruction of the historic Reading Terminal building. Staff notes
即係未來嘅地站嘅總部設計盡量減少咗對歷史永久嘅嗰個雷丁行站樓嘅阻礙。
a dispersed parking strategy
關於呢個停車，
to create congestion in a single large parking structure.
我哋嘅都睇到
City agencies and their
大
consultants
型嘅
make
嗰個
additional
停車
guidance
場
in。the future.
所以我哋都會以圖形嚟到方式嚟到顯示出嚟大容量嘅車庫位置。
Staff supports planning for bicycle parking.
單車停車嘅計劃， 顯示咗用車城嘅容易嗰個自行車停放嘅區域。
Service entry. Staff
呢個咧
notes
就係附近嘅呢個服務嘅工作人員指出咧，重新利用市場區嗰個中心嘅現有嘅服務嘅通道，
service entry
使咗 arena 可以再用 arch 街上嘅單位，現有路邊嘅出口嚟運作。
Next slide.
服務入口咧就不近其他行人較多嘅第二目的地。
To ensure clear pedestrian access and
所以
good
我哋都要
ways
確保呢個行人導行咧會暢通啲，暢通啲，影響導向嗰啲良好嘅地方。節目嘅卡車咧轉彎啊動作好，同嗰啲電視卡車嘅暫存嘅位置。
Staff supports the large areas
我哋咧都
Market Street facade.
支持咧嗰個 Market 街嗰度嘅立面嘅透明式嘅，包括10街嗰條橋。我哋咧都支持咧有個露台嗰對住Market 街。
Staff asked the development team to clarify the depth of the
我哋
sidewalk
都係明顯嘅人行道上咧嘅標誌咧投影嘅個深度咧影響到市政廳嘅標誌同未來嘅安全。
the height of the proposed 10th Street Bridge.
咁我咧佢哋嘅橋咧設計咧
in the mall.
可以連接到高牆
And
現
or
有嘅
change
公共嘅
raising or
運
eliminating 10th Street
廊
Bridge
嗰度。
for better
如果商
access
場
to
用
traffic.
途或者咧步備發生咩變化咧，可以考慮加高啲或者取消咗
Staff
嗰個
notes
橋
that the
梁。
arena will be a highly visible component of the
佢哋
Market
都
Street
知啦
facade.
，arena 呢度咧嘅嗰個好高嘅可以睇到嗰個嘢咧喺前邊嘅前景喺市城區嘅前景嗰度 Market 街。
Arena roof above the sidewalk.
咁基本上咧，佢嘅 arena 嘅嗰個屋頂嗰度咧係喺我哋嘅行人道嘅上邊嘅。
Space to function within the property.
停車上層嘅大廳咧，係咪有足夠嘅流通嘅空間喺物業上嗰度咧發揮嘅作用？如果唔會嘅話咧，突出人行道同街道。
Staff notes that
工作人員指出咧，
residential
預見嘅高層住層樓嘅位置低層社區，工作人員都建議咧進行額外嘅視圖或者陰影嘅研究，以了解咧潛在嘅影響。
Thank you.
工作人員可以接受建議啦。
Questions from committee?
仲有冇咩嘅問題冇？
I have a couple of questions. I guess one, I think we skipped over some of the basics in terms of the understanding of how many events would be happening throughout the year and how like sporting events versus other performances or large touring acts or something like that. So can we have a breakdown of the understanding of those number of events and how many attendees come to each.
Other members? It was a little unclear to me, the boundaries of Chinatown in your presentation. And I know that it sits directly adjacent to the proposed project, but it would be very helpful to understand sort of what the exact close enough boundaries are and what sort of the scale and density is of the properties that are within the Chinatown neighborhood. Other members?
Well, maybe I missed some of it, but maybe I appreciate a little bit more information about the proposed residential tower. Percent of affordable units, overall units, unit mix. I know it's early in the design process, but maybe if we get a little bit more feel for the character of that component, it'll be helpful.
Larissa, any comments? Any questions?
I think similar to your comment about the relationship to Chinatown, it's still hard to follow what the different experiences in all of the different travel methods. So it would be helpful to understand what the breakdown of different
我哋而家想知咧就分析三級研究啲
more specific to the
分析
diagram.
比較深奧啲，就睇下嗰個入口嗰度咧，從嗰個同仁街嗰度。
Hard for me to understand not just the cross pedestrian circulation, but the vertical circulation
呢個咧唔係淨係嗰個即係對咁樣嘅對面咁樣嘅過路，仲有咧就係要左右邊咁樣嘅流通路。
So the question on vertical circulation, also, and Tavis, you're a little low, for some reason.
Okay, I will try to get that rectified.
Thank you. Another question.
嗰啲十字線嘅佢哋嘅過路嘅嗰個設計。
I'd like to get an understanding of what the team believes will be the sort of number of people that would utilize the facility when there is no game going on, and
我哋知咧，雖然我哋知咧，一定有人都會用到呢棟樓嘅設備啦。雖然係喺冇節目嘅時候，所以我哋會想知到底會用得幾多？呢個係我哋想知道。我哋真係想知，如果係冇節目嘅時候咧，會用得幾多？
viable facility that enhances sort of the streetscape and life of East Market Street. Game day is one thing, but I imagine most of the time there won't be a game. So that's a question that I have, and I know that's probably will come up from the community. Any other informational questions from CDR committee?
Well,
and Michael, just to follow up on what you just said, non-event time is critical for the success of the project, obviously. So
即係冇節目嘅時候咧，可能係一個挑戰咯。即係講嗰度冇人用，咁可能係有節目嗰日嘅朝到10點。所以如果係夜晚開始嘅話咧，可能下晝又點樣？ 基本上我哋都講都係限制嘅一個出入嘅呢個計劃。
First, I was curious about the analysis of how many people can fit in the queuing areas that are illustrated on the diagram.
我想知喺嗰度等候嘅嗰度咧，可以幾多人計個？
So in terms of people per square foot, what can this site actually hold outside
一同對比咧，出邊同入邊排隊嘅嗰個地方，佢大概可以排幾多人？即係人哋到咗啦，我去入去參與節目啦。到嘅時候大概咧，仲有就係離開完啦，睇完節目啦，要離開嗰啲嘅咁多嘅人，咁樣我哋要知嗰條橋可以應付幾多人，因為我哋可能都有好多地方嘅入口，但係咧可能咧就係即係講你叫咁多地方入口，同一個地方入口係有咁大嘅差別。即係如果我哋參與過嘅咧，我哋就想咩？如果有節目嘅時候咧，冇節目嘅時候咧，邊一門開，邊一門冇開，呢個係要演示出嚟。
Similarly, for ADA accessibility, what the pathway or strategy would be for people who need a little bit more careful access into the site.
有啲人咧都係要好小心嘅睇下研究下，佢都有問題關於呢個計劃設計，關於嗰啲車站啊、百貨公司啊。即係呢個 arena 咁大，但係咧佢嘅嗰個百貨公司係會喺下邊嗰度銷售嗰啲賣嗰啲嘢。
Or arena related function open to the
嗰
public.
啲會唔會開俾公共用咧？可能係大用嘅節目咧，唔係淨係運動打球嗰啲嘅咧。
I just have one other question, and it's probably a big one.
有一個問題。
And whether other sites looked at, and what makes this the
做咩事會睇？做咩事會睇到呢個睇中呢個地方咧？
Any other questions?
你哋有冇咩問題？
Yep, great.
In terms of environmental considerations, you mentioned minimizing the environmental impact of this new stadium, but I wonder if you've committed to a
環境嘅保護。
or have a carbon neutral plan in place.
你哋有冇呢啲嘅環境嘅保護啊、環保啊呢啲嘢嘅材料？你哋有冇用呢啲嘢咧？仲有咧就係點樣嘅嗰啲影響？
You mentioned no displacement of residents on your site because it's not currently home to any residents.
目前咧，佢基本上咧，而家目前仲未屬於係任何人嘅屋企住先。
In assessing potential harms to the residential market nearby.
但係咧，你建築嘅嗰啲嘢咧，會唔會影響到周圍住喺周圍嘅人咧？所以我哋想知，即係講你喺呢個 arena， 可以喺呢個城市入邊用幾耐咧？
The other members have questions.
Michael, I have one more.
Mm-hmm.
I noted on the residential tower that there were 395 units and I think 120 parking spaces. Has a study been made of where other residents might park, and is that folded into the overall?
嗰啲公寓咧有395個家務，但係咧淨係有120個停車場。咁其他人喺邊度停車咧？
And any other questions? Ashley? Dan? No? Ashley? Carissa? Davis? Okay. Hearing none, we're going to take a 30-minute break and come back with the RCO comments and public comment period. Thank you. We'll be back in 30 minutes. That will be, I don't have a clock. Can somebody give me a A time?
11:36.
11:36 will be back. Thank you.
Hey, baby. I'm just gonna bring you some tea.
Planning Commission staff, can you answer that question?
As a Spanish, hold on.
Yeah, because I think we need to assign to our language, or else we're
Yeah,
gonna
I
start
need to,
talking over everybody.
yeah, I need to
Right.
be assigned as a Spanish interpreter as well. For some reason, I was disconnected. I mean, I'm not assigned anymore.
Yeah, we're not assigned anymore. I'm Cantonese.
So let's give staff a minute to get you both reassigned.
Dan has said in the chat, you've probably seen it, but that he is getting a message that he can't restart
Yeah.
his video.
Okay, I think I'm assigned now.
Maybe he can log out and come back in.
Okay.
For Cantonese, I'm assigned. Yeah.
Because we can hear you, but
Yeah. Just
technology is great when it works, right?
Yes. But if you guys hear us start talking, then we might have to stop. You guys are not supposed to hear us talking.
Can you let me know when the interpreters have been reassigned?
Yeah. Okay.
You're good. Okay, looks like okay.
Can you say yes?
Like he's good. And is the other interpreter reassigned?
Yes.
Do you know?
Yeah. Tony said yes.
It's probably best to hear directly from the interpreters. We're hearing from our tech staff. The reassignment has happened. If the interpreters don't mind just chiming
Yes.
in, or is the reassignment working for you?
Tony said yes.
Renee can't hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, right, because you're reassigned, so you're good.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Good. And Lionel, you're good, right? Okay, good. All right, sounds like we're good. Dan, are you back on?
I am. Video's working. Thanks.
Okay, great. And John Chin, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Okay, great. You can begin. Thank you.
Great.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
It's fine. Chairman and members of the CDR committee, thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I did submit.
After listening
to today's presentation, I have some additional presenters. There are some attendees from the meeting last week that
有
questioned
啲
the RCO process
上個星期嘅開會咧，
that prompted the CDR
有啲意
process.
見
Just for the record,
講我哋嘅呢
today,
個
just for the
CDR
record,
嘅過程。
Secondly is
第二咧就係
to the master plan and how it's been presented.
John, could you
對
hold on for
公
1
眾
second? If you're not speaking, can you mute your microphones because we're getting some background noise? Thank you. All right, John, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. Secondly, as far as the master plan goes, we feel the master plan lacks in showing
呢個計劃咧，
fluid flow of the arena and
即
to
係
the
講佢
surrounding
嘅嗰個
neighborhoods as
流
was
用
mentioned
嘅嗰個
previously.
arena，
It should be much more comprehensive.
應該咧就比較
And in thinking about the
容易處理。
neighborhood context, the
即係
scale
講
of
佢
the
嘅周
resident
圍
building
鄰
is
居嘅社區嗰度
towering
嘅，
towering, especially when
同
it's
嗰個
connected
個
to
嗰
the
橋喺上邊嘅
business
橋，
just north of the Cuthbert site, which is a one-story building.
即係嗰個係一層樓嘅個 building， 即
As
係
part
棟
of the
樓，
connection to the surrounding neighborhoods, it is important
都
to
係有
show
牽連
the
到
master
咧
plan
呢個
how the
社
arena
區嘅
will
嘅
protect
環境。
Chinatown, which has 5
但係呢個 arena 咧就唔會影響到唐人街嘅，嗰
corridor.
度都最少有5000嘅住客。
And finally, on this particular issue,
仲有咧就係呢個特別呢個問題咧，
the surrounding businesses,
我哋就
especially
睇
in
嗰個點樣
Chinatown.
去影響到
For
個
example,
唐人街嘅
just
生意咧。
north of the 11th and Filbert Street intersection on 11th
跟住尤
Street,
其是嗰個北
there
邊
are
嗰
many
度咧，
businesses on that block
10街同
between
11街嗰
Gilbert
度，
and Arch, but there is
嗰
one
個
that
Gilbert 同
uses
Arch
the
嗰
streets,
度，
and that's the Chinatown bus
嗰
station.
度咧就係嗰個唐人街嘅巴士站啦。
Moving on to how the master plan connects and presents designs
如果你個總計劃點樣嘅影響到行人道嗰度咧嘅流通，呢個我哋想咧更加闊啲嘅行人道。
which can be anywhere as wide as 75 feet wide.
行人道咧都可以75尺闊嘅。
Queuing for attendees that go to the events at the 76th place.
所以我哋都係要計下睇，如果呢個76棟樓嗰度嘅，如果有節目嘅人嘅總數有幾多？
Outdoor furniture that was mentioned in the presentation
如
today.
果真係講要整，可能咧就會犧牲啲外邊嘅家私啦，即係凳啊、台呢啲嘢啦。
Moving on to engagement of the master plan in the arena, to the
跟住仲有咧就係佢嘅佢嘅繼續嘅可以點樣嘅計劃同嗰個出邊嘅社會嘅交流。
in the immediate area that do not do a good job of engaging pedestrians. They
即
mentioned
係可以同行人嘅人有接觸到嘅一個嘅差唔多有365日開嘅。
2 of the 3 sides which engage the public.
咁呢個市場通常都已經係有2至3倍咁大啦。
With a lot of their glass that you can look in many
而家仲有好多玻璃啦嘛，咁樣我哋都可以睇到入邊啦。
fails to achieve a maximum engagement with pedestrians.
呢個又加埋呢個
The arena
行人道嗰啲度，
50 event nights. The remainder of those event nights, the building
仲
will
有呢個其他日子咧，呢度咧就有啲嘅晏啲。如果係冇
designed and proposed
平時嘅話，
is some retail space in response to comments that they've received. I
而
don't
家咧
think
有
it's
啲百貨公司咧嘅地方
effectively
咧
engage pedestrians when the building is
都
dark.
唔知有冇乜嘢，即係交流嗰方面同顧客交流嗰方面比較少啲，因為嗰度咧太暗啦。
That is needed to engage pedestrians, especially when the building is dark.
尤其是咁暗嘅地方咧，係咪？即係好少咧，啲生意咧同有顧客咁樣，即係呢一種方式就比較交流嘅方式就比較少啲啦。因為我哋講呢個咧，即係講全闊講咧，嗰條街嘅話咧，多數嚟講咧，都係嗰方面嗰啲都係停車嘅，街邊停車。 應該係可以成功嘅呢個計劃。我哋就有啲擔心十一街嗰度，因為有兩條街可以喐動，但係咧有好多車咧都係停兩邊都有車停。我哋而家擔心咧，如果冇得停車咧，係咪就失去停車嘅話咧，就有啲影響啦。我哋希望咧有啲探訪人咧可以用呢個停車場嘅服務。呢個喺新聞嗰度咧有講嗰個 Washington Capital 嘅團隊講去 Virginia 嘅 Arena。呢個都係咁樣講 ，Washington DC 嗰度嘅都係咁樣講。你俾佢哋兩個團隊喎，接住嗰兩個團隊。咁樣嘅話咧，呢個點樣講咧？呢個 Arena 咧係即係講即係永久性嘅用。呢個咧係人哋問嘅選民嘅一個話題。
Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this project?
冇人想同佢哋提出咩問題咩
Excuse me, Michael, if I could, also staff can just offer a quick by the number summary of comments that we've received by email and pre-registration to clarify.
Okay, sure. Yep.
Good. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, excuse me, still good morning. Good morning, everyone. Jack Convisor again for Planning Commission staff. Prior to this civic design review meeting, staff received written comments from
有收到嗰啲有25個人咧寫短傳啊過嚟關於今日嘅問題。佢哋所寫嘅嗰啲嘅問題咧，等陣咧我哋都會公開出嚟喺我哋個網站嗰度。
Just a recap of instructions for participating in public comments, but we can
also 到時阿 Michael 會同我哋講，我哋嘅嗰個叫佢講出嚟呢個步驟。
For the live public comment period, now that the chair has asked for public comment, staff would like to repeat the instructions for participating.
所以而家我哋公共人可以提出個問題嘅時候咧，全部嘅人咧就係你要講你嘅全名嚇，未發言之前你講你全名。唔該你限制你嘅問題喺2分鐘入邊，如果超過時間咧，佢就會靜音你嘅聲音啦。請你淨係講關於設計嘅問題，請你唔好再重複之前人哋所講嘅。你嘅問題咧就要早啲交翻上嚟喺佢哋嘅電郵 cdr@bla.gov 嗰度。如果你冇登記嘅話咧，你就會等佢哋講，我哋講完咗嗰啲電郵過嚟嘅問題咗，咧我哋就會同你講，有咩問題你就舉手，或者你9號，你撳9號喺你電話嗰度，咁樣我哋就知道你講話啦。多謝晒，咁樣我哋可以開始啦。公共人嘅問題。仲有冇公共人有冇咩問題冇？ 呢度有一個人係已經早啲登記㗎啦。Craig Shelter 問嘅問題。
Okay, can you promote him?
You should be able to speak, Craig.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, please state your name for the record.
My name is Craig Shelter. I was at one point at the City Planning Commission when the commuter rail tunnel and the Jefferson Station was being built and the implications for the truck street that services that whole area. And one of the things that I think needs to be shown in a sectional drawing before any approval of a master plan would take place is just how that servicing exists from that level of the train level all the way up to what would be essentially the third story within an arena. And that whether the kind of elevators, whether the kind of truck movement or whatever, to get tractor trailers up that area, I think is really a significant problem that has to be shown how it functions. I know there's a lot of attention been made for pedestrian movement, but it's that truck service that all comes to one point that has to be able to get in and out of the area, and what impact that has on local streets. If you go to any of the events that happen downtown, where a major event happens, like something at the Academy of Music or the Kimmel Center, the tractor trailers will line up and take an entire block of the city. And I think given the inadequacy of some of those other streets to handle that is something that needs to be considered.
Thank you.
Okay, next name on my list is Dimka Braswell. If you're in attendance, can you please raise your hand? Okay, I'm not seeing that person. Oscar Bisart. Oscar, are you in attendance?
Not seeing his name, Ian.
Okay, moving on. Up next, I have a Daisy Yang. Okay, I'm not seeing a Daisy. Jacob Overholt. Jacob Overholt. I'm not seeing a Jacob either. Okay, up next I have a Patrick Koo, Faye Anderson, Jenna Osman. Okay, Jenna, you can speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, please state your name for the record.
My name's Jenna
What's your
Osman,
name?
and I live in Washington Square West. My question has to do with traffic. The original traffic study included closures of 10 and 11 streets on K-night, and that's been repeated here by the Civic Design Review team. But in the Chinatown CDR meeting, representatives from 76 Place mentioned that any such closures were not needed. So my question is, how is that going to happen, particularly with the turn lane removed on 10th Street to get onto Market, with all of the pedestrians flowing into that intersection, turning is very difficult. Which means that the entirety of 10th Street is going to be blocked for long periods of time. And how is this not going to impact Chinatown's main commercial? And also, when I visited Councilman Squilla's office last week, I asked why this review was happening at this time. He told me it was because the planning and he had the planning commission clearly said that it was at the councilman's request. So which is it? And again, why is this happening now before the new traffic study is completed and the design review team can be fully informed?
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, up next on my list, I have Edward Gruberg, Katie Garth, Allison L., I think it's Lau.
Edward
Gruberg, I'm going to unmute you now. You can speak.
Thank you. I'm Ed Gruberg. I'm a professor emeritus at the College of Science and Technology at Temple University. The latest Sixers traffic study has been kept secret. If they nailed it, they'd be very public about it. They know it is a mess. But here are some basic facts. I'm sorry for the numbers, but here it goes. 5 cars lined up on the road take up about 100 feet. 50 cars
cars
cars take up 10,000 feet or about 2 miles. And 1,000 cars take up 4 miles. The Sixers previously 700 hired vehicles will be coming to a game, a total of about 14 miles of vehicles. They're all converging on a single target at a single time in an area of Philly already very narrow streets. In the past, Sixers argue that some intersections might get a little bit more crowded, but other intersections that is ridiculous. The intersections are part of a network of streets that affect each other, and a clot in one location will spread throughout the network. Mess things up. Random events, trucks making deliveries, a fire, a person having a heart attack, a traffic accident. Snarls in already congested streets. If you are doing a serious traffic study, run computer simulations over and over again and see what happens on the average when these random but predictable events happen and an extra 14 miles of cars are added to the mix. Right off I-95. This will mess up Chinatown. And shame on the Sixers.
I'm gonna go. We have a Katie Garth. I'm gonna allow you to talk. You can unmute yourself and speak.
Excellent. Hi, everyone. Gensler mentioned direct ticketed access from Jefferson Station, and I was wondering if that means repurposing an existing exit from the station.
I did my job.
Oh, sorry. I'm wondering if that means fewer exits and potential disability access issues for those who are using the station and who need to exit elsewhere. I also noticed that Gensler's building slice image shows a column on the train platform. The team says that they, quote, do not currently envision significant disruptions, unquote, which seems optimistic. Jefferson Station serves not just the entire city, but the entire regional rail system, including many who must use that system. So I'm wondering how do they know it's significant, and what will the penalty be if the project does end up causing disruptions? Finally, they say that they will expand the sidewalk into the street, but also say that they will do so without losing traffic lanes. I'm wondering then what is the parking lane, a bike lane, or a carpool pickup drop-off area? We know that we need more space without losing something. Thank you.
Thank you. Dean, anyone?
Yes. Up next, I have Heidi George, Calvin Williams, Kenneth Day. If any of you are in attendance, can you please raise your hand?
I don't see any of those hands.
No. Okay. Keep going down the list. I have a Mary Yee, Ella Bruce, and Ivy Johnson. Okay. I see Mary. I'm going to allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Mary. And following up on Michael John's comments, my comment to the CDR members is about an overarching design issue.
點。
There is no alternative or master plan for this block of the fashion district in question. So my
我
question
哋
is,
根本都冇第二個計劃。咁樣個城市冇做啲比較詳細嘅計劃。
to see
You're
what
breaking up.
land uses and activities.
You're breaking up for some
I'm
reason.
sorry, can you hear me now?
Little better. Try it again.
Okay, okay, sorry about that. Okay, my question is, why has the city not done due diligence to understand why Market Street East and the Fashion District have failed, and to see what land uses and activities would actually be beneficial there for the interests of and the well-being of Center City and its neighborhoods? It's a mistake to entertain only one proposal for this site, especially since the lifespan of an
覺得
arena
咧呢個計劃咧係咪佢淨係一個選擇一個做呢個 arena 建喺呢度，即係冇其他嘅選擇，呢個係覺得係唔啱。因為覺得基本上都係遷移到街。
And I also would add renderings of non-event day at night, and also
即係講，如果真係冇節目嘅夜晚。
and where are the renderings including the north facade? I'm sorry, where are the renderings including the north facade facing Chinatown?
即係我哋想知向北邊嗰度咧，向住嗰個唐人街嗰度咧，同嗰啲十街嗰度，個下晝嗰度嘅影子。我要講嘅咧就係，
nearby areas, that is adjacencies, is something
即
that
係睇嘅周圍嘅嗰個地方。周圍嘅地方咧有一個就係俾疏忽咗76疏忽咗嘅。
However, the economic and traffic
即係
impacts on
講咧，你冇掂到唐人街，但係咧你嘅交通嘅問題咧就已經影響到唐人街嗰度，好似食飯嘅時間啊，人哋要攞貨啊、送貨啊，呢啲基本上唔會影響到好多。
on small businesses, especially since the arena will have its own food vendors.
尤
And
其是
finally,
係咧對嗰啲出邊嗰啲細生意嘅人，因為咧你 arena 入邊已經有自己嘅餐館啦。
with negative public health and environmental impacts. Thank you.
即係講對呢個公共人嘅衞生健康嗰方面都係有影響。
At this point, would like to respond to some of the questions that have been asked so far.
Yes, we would. My name is Alex Katzenbaum, head of development of the real estate team for the 76ers. I'm going to pass it over to our design folks to answer the questions in detail, but there's one big one that's come up, and Chairperson Johns, you've started with it in your comments of why this site, why is this the perfect site? And from our perspective, there's a number of reasons that we believe this is the right
我
site.
哋覺得咧，呢個咧係一個好好嘅一個地點，建築呢個 arena。因為咁樣咧，我哋可以同周圍唔同嘅情況、唔同嘅地方咧有牽連嘅關係。因為嗰個地方咧已經掙扎好耐啦。咁樣咧，呢個咧就我哋可以即係講咧，俾呢個地方咧更加生意會比較好啲。所以呢個 arena 咧，我哋工作唔止係俾嗰啲佢哋嘅運動嘅球迷嗰度，但係咧都係俾周圍嘅住客一個嘅生意上嘅幫助。
Thank you so much, Alex. And I think you hit on a lot of it. I think location is
你
incredible.
講地點就係好重要。即係而家咧，都市咧有好多活動。因為我哋有呢個多種化嘅一個嘅社區咧。So you know 你頭一層呢度咧 有賣啲嘢，有飲嘅嘢，有食嘅嘢，有近火車站。一個公寓咧又有395家務，有20%係低收入嘅單位。一年嘅365日入邊咧，我哋可以供應你比較容易嘅簡單嘅一個嘅運用嘅機會。呢個地點咧，我哋都係覺得咧，即係講咧，獨立嘅機構同城市機構咧，都係一個牽連嘅。不止咧，就係我哋講，就係我哋呢棟樓，係嘛？我哋都淨係嗰個我哋嗰度嘅貿易中心嗰度都可以，我哋嘅東南西北嗰方面嘅地方都可以影響到。
If we go back to the last slide, it could be a good opportunity to touch on a couple of the questions that are posed on the vertical circulation.
中心，你哋都可以去翻個頭先之前嘅圖片嗰度咧，都可以睇到嗰個佢嘅嗰個有方面，可以點樣嘅幫助你周圍嘅人。
Thank you. A couple. The question.
你睇呢個地圖，即係講嗰個牽連度。你睇有啲電梯，就係喺低層嗰度嘅大入口嗰度咧，你會睇到咧就已經有電梯啦。兩種嘅電梯都一樣，都可以幫到去牽連嘅幫你出入嘅咁樣嘅方式。即係講咧，如果即係講冇節目嘅時候咧，就會冚咗，所以嗰個地方係安全啲。所以如果冇節目嘅話咧，上邊係閂咗嘅，公共人咧就係喺下邊有出入嘅。
Traffic closures, street closures, as well as queuing in relation to experience both at the entrances as well as
車嘅嗰個有啲路要冚咗啊，呢啲嘢。頭先有個問題關於呢個。
Initial suggestion that streets be closed on 10th and 11th Street.
講條街一定要冚，11街嗰度，即係講未有開始有節目嘅時候。
Not do that, and so I'm going to ask Anne Marie Vigilante from Langdon Engineers to explain a little bit about initial.
我同我嘅工程師講咧，就係解釋講我哋目前所做嘅係咩嘢。我哋都可以嚟到控制呢個行人道嗰度。我會問佢哋講，等佢叫佢哋同我哋解釋多啲，即係講如果即係行人道嗰度咧嘅意見點咯？我哋以行人嚟講，因為咧我哋覺得咧呢個嘢咧係可以通過，因為我哋搞闊咗呢個行人道咧，我哋整佢闊啲咗啦。尤其是係未開始同結束嗰個節目之前同之後嘅人流，行人道嗰度咧就同我哋講咧，都可以接受呢啲嘅都市嘅一啲嘅估計咧，即係講人流嘅估計嚟講咧，應該係可以嘅。喺呢個地方。
So the idea behind the street closures is, as Alex mentioned, is to help with that pedestrian car interaction that happens when you have these large platoon of pedestrians crossing through the intersection. So we did look at. 因為我哋做咩事要講冚兩條街嘅話咧，係咪？就係因為咧，我哋可以會幫咗嗰條路嘅行線嗰度，即係冚咗10到11街。
即係暫時喺有節目嘅時候，即係呢個交叉路呢度咧，係咪係都可以幫到行人可以過馬路啊？呢啲就安全啲。咁我哋就唔需要講要處理兩邊嘅車輛，佢哋要轉彎啊乜嘢呢啲嘢。所以如果我哋講分開去睇下，如果我就係開一個方向嘅路開嘅話咧，但我哋都會供應行人。即係講咧，都唔會搞到你行太遠咗，變成你遲到啊嘛。所以佢哋會盡量，因為係咁樣原因咧，俾你慳咗一啲時間。
That was a great question. So, particularly on 10th Street, you're losing basically curbed lanes, which were striped for some parking, some loading.
嗰啲彎角嗰度嘅嚇，嗰啲十街嗰度嗰啲基本上就係。
Just kind of extend down to the corners. So you're not losing any vehicular lanes, but more the loading.
即係角土嗰度啦，但係基本上你都唔會講好明顯嘅塞去嗰個地方嗰個彎角嗰度。
And I would just jump in. There's some larger questions around the traffic impact study in general. And from our perspective, we are very much aligned with getting this right and prioritizing the traffic transit parking strategy for this. It's
講嗰啲停車啊、交通啊，我哋就係要俾佢設計到啱，同市區部嘅部門一齊嘅合作，因為我哋都有做咗調查，同市區嘅政府部門有啲調查咗㗎啦。咁樣咧，我哋都係有啲分析咗，講關於呢個入口，同我哋有差唔多29個停車場喺周圍嗰度，即係我哋係講係唔同嘅季節啦，唔同嘅時間啦。就呢個咧就會繼續嘅做落去嘅一個嘅基本上係計劃嚟嘅。仲有咧，我哋都同本地啊、同本州啊嘅政府部門一齊合作嘅。所以我哋都有詳細嘅睇好呢個設計咧，點樣嘅影響到呢個城市。即係基本上係我哋有詳細嘅有睇嘅。我哋有跟住政府市區嘅一個嘅法律嘅跟進嘅一個規矩。你就放咗咧，有啲幾種嘅出口。因為你講咁樣唔同嘅出口，你點樣即係指點佢哋咩入口、咩出口，點樣入、點樣出咧？
So that's again another good question. What we anticipate as with
呢個問得好。
that are existing arenas in these urban core areas is there will be a lot of signage. There will be a lot of direction.
有好多嘅提言啊，即係好多因為行人道嘛。
Traffic cops.
OK， 所以我哋都有好多嘅交通嘅警察會喺度。仲有 Arena 嘅工作人員。仲有 SEPTA 嘅工作人員，即係講啊，同你講指點你要點樣去咩地方，都基本上咧我哋會有呢啲嘢會指點你。如果係有活動嘅話，有活動日嘅時候咧，佢哋都係好普遍嘅，你會睇到呢幾種嘅人會喺在場嘅嚟到指點你哋點樣行。都有好多嘅資訊資料嘅牌子啊，放喺周圍嗰度啊，俾你跟住行。 尤其是喺嗰個運動日即係節目日嘅時候咧，仲有嗰個停車場嘅嗰啲人啊、公司啊，仲有咩邊一隻停車場你哋想停㗎？全部呢啲嘢咧，我哋就會同佢哋一齊嘅主辦方咧，我哋就會一齊嘅會做出嚟同你哋講到時你嚟啊，你點樣停車停喺邊度啊？咁樣嘅呢啲嘅運用嘅呢個節目日咧，係咪？佢哋會繼續嘅會重新嘅評估，再改進點樣嘅做呢啲嘢。呢啲嘢全部都會喺嗰個文件入邊記錄低嘅。
Part of the benefit of this site and arenas in general that are located in the urban fabric is the geographically diverse locations of where people are coming from and going to. So you saw that the garages are located, you know,
有啲嘅停車場係即係我有啲停車場咧係喺周圍度嘅，嚟嚟去可能嚟呢個 arena， 可能係去大個地方都唔一定。咁樣咧就有好多嘅入口。咁我睇下你喺邊度嚟，或者你想去邊度。咁我哋 Emery 都係咁樣講咧，呢個停車嘅一啲個策劃咧，都係要策劃一下。咁樣咧就會鼓勵咧，有啲人咧早啲定個停車位。咁樣你就唔會講就係喺停車場嗰度兜啊兜啊兜咁樣揾位停車。或者有啲人咧停喺邊度啊，近高速公路咁樣去做工啊，咁樣咧就容易啲上高速公路啊呢啲嘢都得。交翻啲人講public comment，睇下人哋仲有冇嘢要講。
Ella, you're unmuted.
Hello, please state your name for the record.
講你嘅全名，跟進記錄。我係11間做好多年。11間嗰度。
luxury apartments and Mom's Market, and then I saw we lived through them rebuilding the fashion district. And transportation. Thank God we moved to the other side of Broad Street because I'm not going to say that, but what I want to understand is what is the radius of the area that you're looking at, because you're talking about
講有幾闊嘅空間，即係講幾條街或者點樣講？你講如果要咩地點嘅話，因為睇你嘅教育嗰度好似冇顯示出嚟，有啲區有啲電影啊咩嘢咩喺邊度啊？嗰啲你冇顯示出嚟。你講嘅話，嗰啲停車場就係俾我哋呢個欖球隊嘅人嘅顧客用啫。所以咁樣你攞啲人，即係你用嗰啲人入嚟睇呢個波，或者佢哋咧，但係佢哋又唔會講。唔係住呢度嘅人，你覺得佢呢個會即係講搞到一個大問題，基本上。呢個係一個唔同嘅一個地區，如果你想去睇電影咩嘢咧，又唔同嘅一個地方啦。
hand raised. I'm going to allow you to speak. Can you state your name?
Hello, I'm Gary. Hello, I'm Gary Lee. I have several comments to make. Number one, the presentation indicated that the bridges on 10th and 11th Street would not be larger than their legal or permitted scale. I'd like to know
即係講
specifically
嗰十街道嗰個條橋咧，唔會擴大佢。
from their existing dimensions.
所以你要講點樣會擴大咧？因為佢講係唔會擴大嗰條橋。上嗰個11街嗰條橋咧，你講有啲影子點樣遮到？仲有一個就係嗰條嗰個唐人街嗰條咧，有一個地方咧就係可能會遮到。但係咧呢個咧就係基本上咧係對唐人街嚟講咧係一個好重要嘅一個空嚟嘅。 如果講俾嗰個70路嗰個諗法俾嘅人嚟嘅話咧，如果佢哋嚟到呢度打頭乜嘢咧，我哋覺得咧，如果係咁樣嘅開支咧，應該係佢哋負責啦。
Okay, not sure if any of these people are in the audience. I have an Ivy Johnson,
我有 Ivy Johnson。
Ruta S, Elizabeth Ozer. If you're in attendance, can you raise your hand, please? Okay, Daisy Yang, can you raise your hand, please? All right, Daisy, I'm going to allow you to speak.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record.
Hi.
This is
Daisy Yang from Metro Chinese Weekly. Sorry, I just jumped into the meeting. Can I because I need to organize what I heard about this meeting. Can I raise my hand again like after 3 minutes, 30 minutes, half an hour?
You can raise your hand again, sure, if you're not ready to speak at this time.
Yes. I need to talk with my colleague too. We need to reorganize the question again.
Sure.
Sorry. Okay. Talk later.
No problem. Ian, who we have up next?
Tom Naylor, Wen Zhang. Are either of you in attendance? Okay, I'm going to move on to Deborah Kodish, Keith Russell. Okay, Keith, I'm going to allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Keith Russell, and I'd like to speak about the impact that this building's design will have on a large number of migratory birds that pass through the city's urban core each year. Collisions with buildings kill 365 million to 1 billion birds in the US each year, and this is a huge problem here in Philadelphia. These collisions are caused by artificial light at night, which can draw nocturnally migrating birds to buildings, and by glass, which birds fly into because they're fooled by its transparent and reflective qualities. Bird collisions with buildings are now considered to be one of the main reasons why the number of birds in North America have declined by 30% since 1970, which is unsustainable. Unfortunately, most of the new large buildings constructed here in Philadelphia are contributing to this problem because most architects still lack an awareness of the problem. The large amount of transparent glass proposed for this building could not be much worse in terms of its potential to kill migratory birds. But this could be fixed by using commercially available glass products that can prevent bird collisions while still allowing people to easily see through the glass. So it's my hope that this building's design can be modified to include bird-safe glass, and if so, the Bird Safe Philly organization, of which I'm a representative, will be happy to guide the architects to glass products that could accomplish this goal.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. And
Okay, up next, I'm gonna allow Deborah Kodish to speak. You can unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you. I'm new to the process of civic design review, but I've read what you've put on the website. From what I understand, we're supposed to be addressing what's the existing context of the site and the surrounding neighborhood. How will the proposed project function in the neighborhood? Does the proposal enhance neighborhood qualities? Is the proposed project compatible with the character of the neighborhood? In particular, these master plan reviews are supposed to consider the general size and shape of the project and the impact on the surrounding area. The aerial maps and photographs that have been shared do not provide an assessment of the existing context of the site in the neighborhood or show how the project will function in the neighborhood. Views of the streets ignore and obscure the existence of Chinatown. They don't demonstrate how the project enhances neighborhood qualities. They don't explain whether the project is compatible with the character of the neighborhoods. The renderings of the proposed arena and the massing studies don't show the project in relation to the surrounding neighborhoods and businesses. So the presentation by the developers and their
不過呢
proposal
個設計咧係冇顯示出嚟嗰啲影響周圍嘅嗰個嘅報告，覺得咧要重新嘅評估過。
Luella Tripp. If you're here, can you raise your hand? Okay, Greg Palmier, Mark Harris, or Falami Islam. Seeing none, Mary Grant, Jacques Liu, or Ava Campbell. Seeing none, Mark, Tyler, Kenny Chu, Philip Rakita. If you're in the audience, can you please raise your hand? Okay, I'll keep going. Marissa Shaban, George Claflin, Deborah Way. Okay, George, I'm going to allow you to speak.
Thank you, Ian. My name is George Claflin. I'm an architect and a planner. I have 2 points to make. I have 2 points to make. It's the wrong site and it's an inadequate submission. A giant new building all in the evening does not make sense as a means of revitalizing
你知呢個欖球比賽呢個咧，通常喺夜晚先做嘅，先打嘅。城市應該要設，費城城市應該要拒絕呢個計劃。
These sites are arguably easier to develop. The arena project could work elsewhere, but cannot and will not address the key problems of Market East. The submission
通常呢個喺呢個地點起呢棟樓咧，有好多嘅重要點需要嘅騰清。個策劃部咧就未好詳細嘅講晒出嚟呢個 arena， 因為佢都近住宅區。喺1樓嗰度嘅，喺嗰啲嘅百貨公司嘅話，如果嗰啲電梯啊、樓梯啊，嗰啲其他嘅嗰啲嘅公營嘅嘢咧，但係都冇睇到喺圖片嗰度。佢應該咧要顯示出嚟喺你嘅圖片嗰度，因為你圖片冇講邊度係電梯，邊度係 即係講咧，你要呢個計劃咧仲未好成熟。
And I want to conclude by saying, for these reasons, this
即係
meeting
而
should
呢個
not count, in
原，
my opinion, as
我
one
覺得咧，呢今日嘅開會咧都係唔算數嘅，
Another session should be held when adequate
應該有另外一個開會，
by the proposers and their consultants
咁樣咧就會人哋嘅
acceptable site. Thank you.
意見嘅嘢咧就先講，可以解決呢個問題。
Ian.
Yes, I am unmuting Marissa Shaban. I'm going to allow you to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yep, please state your name for the record.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Marissa Shaban, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Washington Square West Civic Association today. We'd like to thank
代
the
表 Washington Square 嗰個嘅公共人嘅代表人，
time to speak about the master plan for Market East as proposed. The
即係
residents
講
of
呢個
Washington
Market East 嗰
Square
條
West
嘅
have raised a number of
設計。
concerns regarding the project, including but not
我
limited
哋咧
to
Washington Square 咧都有講幾點嘅重要點，
address the need for a public gathering area outside the building,
佢哋冇講咧，
concerning due to the volume of
冇
people that are expected to attend games and
冇
events.
諗到咧，即係 Washington Square 出邊嘅人流嗰度嘅問題，
We believe it is premature to have
停車
design review
都係問題。
impact studies, pedestrian and vehicular traffic studies, and especially traffic studies for south of Market
即
Street.
係冇俾我哋調查嗰個交通嘅嗰個報告。
Plan could not possibly have been designed with mitigations in mind. If we don't even know
如果冇做調查嘅話咧，交通調查嘅話咧，呢、個計劃係不成功嘅。
implementation and commitment to Vision Zero, it is concerning that pedestrian flow has not been studied or considered in this master
如果咁樣你都冇計劃嘅話咧，係咪？你呢個今日叫做最主要嘅計劃嚟講咧，就係好即係講都算係唔算係一個好嘅。
first started seeing renderings of the project earlier this year, and what changes have been made seem very reactive.
即係講基本上嚟講，今年年初嘅計劃同到而家嚟講咧，好似都冇咩嘢嘅大改變。
Costs for those who live anywhere near the project. Residents of
所以都講嚟講，嗰啲公寓嚟講都係
found in Wash West to similar sports tourism related buy-ups for short-term rentals.
講咧起喺呢個地方嘅話咧，即係講唔係講全部人都係有可以住喺呢個地方。
Association RCO northern boundary meets the boundary of this project. Our
Washington Square 咧呢度咧 RCO 咧就供應咗啲資料啊，俾我哋嘅委員同我哋嘅鄰居，關於呢個嘅計劃。
Our neighborhood is one of the many unique enclaves of the city, and we are always working to protect our
我
small
哋嘅社區咧係有好大嘅一個嘅綜合性嘅人，仲有嗰啲嘅周圍嘅地點啊，全部咧都係一個好嘅質素嘅一個地點。
construction process, the serious likelihood of changes to the character of the neighborhood, and the
即係如果就參與咗咧幾年嘅時間嚟到裝修，但係咧都唔會講改善到點樣。我哋覺得咧由交通啊、人啊或者垃圾啊呢啲嘢咧都冇詳細嘅設計過。 所以應該咧要考慮好啲，清清楚楚嘅設計過，先至可以嚟公開。如果唔係咧，即係講咧都唔算係一個好嘅一個計劃。
I'm looking for Deborah Way, Bill Day, Eli Storch, or Nate Mulway. If you're in attendance, can you please raise your hand?
I see.
Eli, I'm going to allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks a lot. So my name is Eli Storch. I'm here on behalf of the steering committee of the Design Advocacy Group. While we are aware that this is only a master plan review, it's important to note how much of the usual master plan information remains outstanding. The drawings remain little more than conceptual sketches and diagrams with critical information lacking regarding
我嘅一個嘅睇法先，回顧先。 但呢個咧就會影響到呢個嘅市場嘅一個調查。你講嗰個人哋住嘅嗰棟公寓樓咧，你哋都冇咩講，都冇講最少都要俾我哋睇你設計嘅圖片係點樣嘅嗰個公寓。你嘅畫圖咧都唔算係一個建築嘅圖片，你嗰啲咧就好似一個做超級即係講咧推銷嘅一個圖片。咁我哋覺得咧，你嘅設計圖咩都好唔存在，好冇十全十美。我哋應該要好集中精神喺嗰個建築嘅一個嘅建築嘅呢個嘢咧，就基本上我哋覺得咧，你放呢個 arena 喺馬街嗰度咧，真係唔好。覺得呢個咧，你覺得可以影響提高咗呢個市場嘅喎，經濟市場。覺得咧，就係好限制呢個超級市場嗰啲嘢嘅質素，零售嘅質素。我哋覺得咧，嗰啲係你提高嗰啲market街嗰度去。如果個 marina 冇開嘅時候咧，又唔同啦。我哋睇下呢個計劃咧，我哋就睇到一個係好貴嘅一個問題嚟嘅將來。
Nate Mulway, I'm going to allow you to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hey, I'm here.
Yes.
My name is Nate Mulway. I typically am very supportive of most development in cities. I think the spirit is great. I think the location is wrong. I wish CDR and Gensler and the developers would consider
通常咧對城市嘅發展咧係好支持嘅，但係咧我對你哋嘅計劃嚟講啦，你講你哋嘅嗰啲好似技術我覺得咧你哋講嗰啲嘢咧設計圖片嚟講咧，你哋好似冇咩負責任。因為我哋已經有嗰個嘅體育場嗰度咧，已經有㗎啦。我哋覺得你哋嘅計劃咧，好似冇咩發展到咁好。
Up next, Lauren
上嚟。
Amanda Chan, Ellen Somakawa. Okay, I see Lauren. I'm going to allow you to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. And can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Lauren Lowe. I'm third generation from Chinatown. My father was born and raised here. My Thank you for all your time. I'm not going to rehash the myriad of ways in which this seems irresponsible and not even completely thought out, but I understand that this is a design review, and while I'm reluctant to really even dignify some of
即係俾我哋暫時咁樣嘅圖片俾我哋睇。
I was at the RCO meeting. I know that you've been having meetings, but I'm seeing in particular that gathering space has been equated to retail space. And
睇到咧，你多數嘅地方咧，你哋都係有加埋嗰啲嘅零售嘅地方比較注重啲。你哋有冇諗到咧？唐人街嗰度，如果冇節目嘅時候，冇活動嘅時候咧，有冇咩嘢可以即係公共地方咧，可以有咩嘢可以人哋可以去，好似公園或者係有啲人可以坐住喺嗰度 室內嘅一啲嘅聚會啊，呢啲嘢，你想CDR 工作人員睇下，即係講身體嘅功能可唔可以去幾多啊，行幾多啊，或者係年紀啊，仲有啲人咧住喺嗰度咧，如果嗰啲老人家要點樣去，要行點樣過天橋嗰啲，係咪會比較複雜啲咧，比較困難啲咧？如果你哋可以咁樣嘅話，如果講同嗰啲人咧，住喺嗰度嘅人，會點樣嘅幫到佢哋啊？好過你講嗰啲對嗰啲冇住喺呢度人嘅福利。
Next, I have an Amanda Chan. I'm going to allow you to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Amanda Chan. I am speaking for several tenants of the Francis House of Peace. It is a low-income
Francis House of Peace 嘅人講，我哋差唔多一條街離開一條街嘅地方，有啲人係嗰啲嘅家人，我哋即係又擔心呢個去 arena 又會影響到我哋得到嘅服務，所以有時出入啊，要去醫院啊。急症室啊，如果有救火車要嚟啊，仲有你冚咗11街，咁樣咧，因為咧嗰度咧冇向西，向東邊咁樣咧，你就講塞車，你就會影響到馬吉街。我明白嗰個76隊要設計嘅一個嘅力量。嗰啲嘅停車場已經多數人咧已經停咗㗎啦，停車場。而家你知嗰仲有嗰個我哋嘅會展中心嗰度都係俾人哋停咗，所以呢啲停車場已經係目前係都俾人哋用咗好多㗎啦。
proposed looks to us as like only for
聽我
themselves.
哋講咧，你哋嘅講嘅嘢咧，係咪好似淨係我覺得啊，淨係你哋為自己諗啫，你哋冇為到我哋其他人出邊嘅人諗，因為你都要諗到周圍嘅住客、周圍嘅居民、嗰啲居民。嗰啲塞車啊，喺11街嗰度嘅塞車啊，我哋都唔知講你加多幾尺闊嘅行人道，又可以幫到我哋乜嘢？有嗰個 Jefferson 火車站嗰度咧，就係唯一一個我哋方便，因為我哋想知幾十年咁長嘅地方咧，而家起咗 arena 嘅話咧。你可以俾我哋知講，如果熄咗嗰條路，會對我哋住喺周圍嘅人有咩影響
？Up next, I have Ellen Somakawa. I'm going to allow you to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Ellen Samakawa. I'm the director of a K-8 charter school located in Chinatown. I object to these proceedings as being out of order and a pattern of the developer attempting to take shortcuts to fast track their project.
我覺得咧，你哋呢個咧就係要用最短嘅地方，最短嘅時間嚟到做一個大嘅發展。我哋覺得咧，雖然你有好多嘅民府嚟到支持你呢啲嘅發展。
Which is something the council member pledged not to do until the impact studies are complete.
Yes. We can't speak to process issues at this meeting, and this project has been given to CDR for review for design related matters. So we kind of have to try to stick to that. I understand your concern and your issues, but if you could relay those concerns specifically to the Planning Commission directly. But this is not the meeting for that. But thank you so much for your
Can
comments.
I then change my comments to something else then?
Well, if they're design related, for sure.
Okay, great. One of the stated goals of the Planning Commission for master plans is to enhance the city's streets and sidewalks to function well and promote vitality and activity. The proposed arena would be dark for over 200 days a year. Even if we were to accept the
呢個都係啱，一年有200日係啱嘅嗰個場 arena。
told that they will have 150 events per year. This means there will be over 200 days when no events will be bringing activity to the arena. The assumption that the few retail businesses in the arena will generate more activity than the existing fashion district is not credible. We can see from the example of the convention center what it looks like to have structures occupying whole city blocks that are inactive most of the time.
如果有個市展嘅中心，如果有活動嘅時候咧，就可以發展到我哋成個區嗰度會展嗰度咧，就會影響到成個區嗰度。
And no design solutions can address the fundamental nature of the project, which is to host sporadic, huge events while remaining dark, not only most days of the year, but also most hours of the day.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comment. Ian?
Up next, I have Home King, Tina Marie Russell, and Rebecca Wang. If you're in the audience, can you please raise your hands? And I'm gonna unmute. I'm gonna allow Tina Marie Russell to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record.
Tina Marie, you're allowed to speak.
Hi, how are you?
Great. How are you?
My name is Tina Marie Russell, and I'm in Philadelphia.
You're very low. If you can get closer to your microphone or
Now?
much better. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm Tina Marie Russell from North Central Philadelphia CDC. We're also one of the RCOs. Although we're not totally impacted, but we are impacted because one of the things that was listed earlier was that traffic, once you close up one funnel, it all ripples out to other locations. Case in point was the Rocky Marathon run that just happened recently. All the streets closed up. Then after that, there was another run, and you couldn't go from the east side to the west side because one of the two venues were clogged with the runners. So everyone else was impacted in the city. I'm sure everyone remembers that day. So one of the things I wanted to say was there's a increased number of Lyft drivers and Uber drivers and Door Dashers who are utilizing the restaurants, the hotels, and the different new high-rise accommodations as a source of living. But there's barely parking for them now and drop-off services for them now. Has anyone considered how this will this arena will impact their activity, as well as tailgating? Everyone knows tailgating is a part of sports. Where is the location for tailgating? Is there a location for the for that to happen, for tailgating and for Lyft and Uber drivers? And also the overflow for us is just the parking. It's not just going to impact directly on Center City. It will impact all the streets going north, south, east, and west of Philadelphia. And everything has been said already. Parking Authority will get a real kick out of all the illegal parking. So I don't know if I know this is not a good fit. I think to restate what everyone has been saying, why here? Why here? We've already spent a lot of money on getting the arena down South Philadelphia. We created the sports complex for that purpose. Bonds have been taken out, which I'm sure we're still paying taxes on. Why are we moving it? What's the point? And I think that's what everyone wants to know. Why are we causing just so much distress to our citizens where we're under so much stress already? Why are we spending all this time and activity on something that we all know doesn't make any sense? And more importantly is, if you don't get to 76 Arena is not agreed upon to be built here, where will they put it at? Why can't they keep it where it was? And that's why in Brian's testimony, my questions.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ian, we'll take a couple more, then I'll go to the development team to.
Okay, I have a Rebecca Wang, a Jenny Zhang, a Jenny Chen. Okay. Jenny Zhang, I'm going to allow you to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name's Jenny Zhang. I'm a Chinatown resident, so right down the block, or right next to, as some would say, to what they want to build there and what we've been talking about this morning. So the developers have called their project the replacement of one big box, which is honestly kind of an insult to the intelligence of Philadelphians by acting as if the uses and purposes of the project have no bearing on how their project will impact its neighbors and Center City, which is a resource to all Philadelphians.
呢個建築咧會影響到周圍嘅鄰居個地區嘅人，冇講起關於點樣嘅會影響。嗰度咧有18000人喺嗰度，過嚟呢度2個鐘頭嘅活動日。即係講咧，呢個18000人喺呢度開 party 啦。咁樣你就會影響到咧呢條街嘅好逼嘅意思啦。
In the area. So instead of demonstrating any real forethought to this major impact on the city or any plans for how they will manage the crowds and the traffic, what we are given are kind of base maps with colored arrows showing that the arena will have doors where people can enter and exit. And we're supposed to be
講起嗰個 arena 有邊一個門可以入嚟？但即係你講係俾人哋邊一日咩時間會入，可以用嗰個門入嚟。但係我哋覺得呢個咧就係基本上咧唔會講對我哋嚟講係唔重要嘅。但係我哋咧覺得咧，我哋唔會講咧要點樣嘅可以幫助到我哋周圍嘅人。
Daisy Yang is back, so I'm going to allow her to speak. Daisy, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Hi. Hello?
Yes.
Okay. My question is from the very beginning.
Daisy Yang, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Hello?
Is this Daisy Yang? We can hear you.
Okay, sure. My question is
you have to state your name again. I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
Yes, just state your name for the record again.
Where should I put that?
No, I'm just saying, just state your name.
Oh yeah, I'm Daisy Yang from Metro Chinese Weekly.
Yeah.
Okay. My question is
from
the very beginning, business owners and residents in Chinatown have expressed significant concerns regarding the potential traffic and parking challenges that the arena may pose. This issue could potentially have adverse effects on the well-being of businesses and residents in Chinatown. Questioning why a project of this magnitude with a substantial number of attendees did not incorporate plans for a parking facility in its initial development. Community is eager to know if there are any considerations for the future development of a parking facility to address these concerns.
到時會點樣嘅處理呢啲問題？
Let's take one more, and then I want to go to the development team to respond to.
接受到一個問題咗咧，我哋就轉去另外一個發展部啦。
215-888-3780. I'm going to allow you to speak. Please state your name and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Gail Mapp. I'm in the Point Breeze area. And I would like to know about the influx of traffic, including the outer, like leaving the stadium and traveling all through the neighborhood, possibility of the drinking and partying. So, neighborhood. So could you elaborate more on that?
All right, thank you. Okay, if we can turn it back over to the development team. We've got a number of questions that were comments that were made. If you can just take a couple minutes and respond. And there have been a lot of comments and questions around traffic and congestion and parking, clearly.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Johns, I'd like to just some of the older questions that were design related, maybe touch on if you don't mind.
Yes.
Or start with one being the loading comments about queuing on the street. The benefit of our site and the existing loading dock is that we have the ability to queue down the ramp as well as through the existing dock that will remain.
講關於嗰啲落貨嘅車啊，如果係有節目佢哋嗰啲大貨車咧，我哋都有設計咧喺十街西邊嗰度咧，我哋有設計咗嗰啲咧俾佢落貨。即係而家我哋仲未睇到今日落貨車嘅情況係點樣。但係咧，我哋講唔知係咪會室內咧？或者喺上邊，或者係需要嘅話，用另外一種嘅設計嚟到俾佢哋落貨入嘅嗰啲嘅落嘢啊嗰啲嘅嘢。你都要講關於嗰啲位置同 grey space 嚟講，譬如哋而家有個留低空嘅地方。未開始設計嘅，就會繼續即係有問題嘅地方，即係有啲好似風險人嘅地方啊。即係盡量嘅會可以俾佢多啲機會同客人嘅接觸，即係對於工作人員。ADA 嘅可以嗰啲門全部都係有一個係有 ADA 嘅接觸嘅，可以入門出門嘅。我都要講一個，除咗 ADA 有兩個出入口咧，喺十街嗰度。有一個咧，你可以睇到咧喺出邊。
Elevators that come from the platform remain as shown currently. And there's also an additional new entry exit that we're creating on 10th Street to help with the flow as well. Where else? I think high level, I think there was a lot of comments about sustainability, which is something that's near and dear to my heart and the rest of the team. So yes, it was mentioned that it's early. Our goal obviously is to work with the city and find innovative ways to
個目標咧都係要俾呢個城市，即係我哋盡我哋嘅力量。
As it relates to both during construction as well as during operations and the various measures that happen through whether it be single use or the elimination of single use and other type of things like that on the operations side, the efficiencies through LED and other types of technology. And I will touch on from an environmental perspective, one of the benefits of the site is that all the cubic yards of dirt
啲車啊，嗰啲嘅啲嘅泥啊，嗰啲土啊。
upcycle any of the material that we do demolish. Obviously, we'll find ways there as well. But
另外嗰啲嘢，如果佢揾到嘅話咧，
overarching is that we are here to and committed to sustainability.
佢可以支持咁樣保持住呢啲嘅。
of the arena and what next?
Sure, yeah, even at the 30 plus minus 30 years or useful life before it gets repurposed. We've seen other examples in other cities, whether it be LA or New York, where previous arenas have now to smaller venues that house different type of events that may not be currently in the larger 20,000 seat venues, et cetera.
Yeah, and to add on to that, I think it kind of cues around, why this site or how's it going to work, and particularly, a lot of the other questions of, why here? So I want to point out that this is not the first time someone's proposing an arena in downtown setting. 30 other NBA teams have arenas in the downtown setting. And so they figured that out, and there's questions about tailgating. Where are people going to tailgate? So again, important to point out that an arena is not a ballpark and it's not a stadium. It's an arena that holds 18,000 people versus 40,000 people or 60,000 people. And the tailgating culture.
4萬人，即係冇咩差別，都係有咁多人。
those people who do want to come early, going to local businesses, patronizing.
有啲嘢你可以早啲嚟都唔緊要。
to activate the area, both existing
亦都可以揾地方。
that might be spurred by that activity. There was a couple of questions there, as you mentioned, about traffic, and I think it's important to talk about and what was taken into consideration. So Anne-Marie, could you speak to the study that you did in terms of the intersection study, the counts, and baseline level of info before putting on our anticipated demands?
Yeah, I can, Alex. Important to note that the transportation impact study that is being prepared is pretty robust. I think you stated it previously that we looked at over 75 total traffic intersections surrounding the site. So that's in regards to vehicular traffic and how those intersections will operate, pre and post game periods. We also looked at 45 total intersections in regards to pedestrian movements. How do they get across the street? Is there enough width in terms of crosswalks, sidewalk width, things like that? And then the parking issue, which has come up quite a bit. We looked at 29 parking garages surrounding the vicinity of the project. We worked with the operators of those garages to understand their capacity. We even maxed out
同嗰啲停車場嘅人又聯絡，即係想知佢哋嘅基本上嘅嗰個仲有幾多地方啊可以停。
projects that the city are looking to implement in the next few years in regards to improvements, whether it be the Stitch project up near Chinatown, the Vine Street Expressway project, and how does that incorporate into what we're proposing here, or how does that impact that? Through all this analysis, we're also recommending various improvements and mitigation measures. Now, when we talk about mitigation measures, as someone stated before, you're not going to add, lanes or bridges or, huge capacity improvements. But we can do is work with
改進，但係我哋即係睇下嗰啲即係路口啊，我哋有些少嘅我哋有副相機呢啲嘅俾我哋啲資料，俾我哋知嗰個幾多嘅幾時塞車，幾時冇塞車呢啲嘢。
emergency vehicles through the routes surrounding the arena. We are looking to upgrade a lot of those signals to provide that emergency preemption, so the emergency vehicles have the ability to change the signal, when they're coming through to green to allow them to pass through with ease. So in terms of the transit options, we're working with SEPTA, we're working with
嗰
PATHCO.
啲火車上火車嗰啲，
In terms of do they have enough capacity? Do they have enough
佢哋有
trains?
冇足夠嘅可以有火車有冇
transportation impact study
可
that
唔可以
we
供應
are
俾我哋？
preparing. And we've received a lot of input and we'll continue to receive input, and that will that will go into our final findings in regards to the study. But it doesn't stop there. I mentioned it earlier. We have the transportation event management plan. And again, that looks at very
嗰
specific
啲嗰啲交通嘅最主要嘅計劃。
signal upgrades that really provide any benefits. What can we do? Can we put traffic cops there? Can we put variable
我
message?
哋可以放啲交通嘅警察喺度嘛？即係講指令大家要點樣去。
And implement strategies there to get people to where they need to go safely.
咁我哋睇下
Are there incentives that we're
指點你去咩地方，咁我哋就比較方便啲。
get people to take the regional rail or to park in specific locations so that we
即係
can
教你講要去邊一條線，你可以去同可以停喺咩停車場。
impact study as well as the TIMP is really geared to looking at a lot of that information and providing recommendations and measures to make sure the ultimate goal is to get our patrons as well as the general public around this area safely and efficiently. So hope that helps.
We heard, if I may jump in, we heard a lot of feedback from SEPTA as well as ridership, obviously. And what many may or may not know here is that we originally were one level below grade for our event level. In very lengthy conversations with SEPTA, we've actually then raised the event level one level up to street level. What that did then in conversations with the city is clearly creates typically a lot of the back of houses on the event level.
真係有計劃咗呢啲活動嘅
So that obviously doesn't
活動。
allow for the transparency that we'd like to have from a street activation perspective. So what we did then, and this illustrates it very nicely, is we moved that event level one more level up. That's how we street level to allow us to then
係嗰個第一層提高啲嘅話咧，到低層嗰度咧就可以俾人哋比較多啲嘅空位。
And that, to answer an earlier question, I think helps minimize the impact that we have during construction to SEPTA itself. Without getting into the details, we are taking advantage of the columns that already have and structure that already has capacity. Only lends itself, again, this site to the ability
我哋就可以可以嘅攞呢個設計嘅圖片嚟到
more in terms of what raising that event level up an additional floor means for the street.
只不過係會提高啲咯。
A lot on and something that has been
呢個係一種我哋有講好多嘅。
I think there's a few architects and planners who chimed in and
有啲嘅建築師有講嘅。
appreciate it. I know as you all know, design is an iterative process, and it's these conversations that help us refine, edit, and reimagine what needs to happen for the community. So one, I think we appreciate all the comments that are being discussed here. And two, we want you to know that we're taking them very seriously, and so much so that, raising up the event level is a significant change. But it's one that the entire team felt was a responsible decision to allow for flexibility of programming at the ground floor. And this could be retail, this could be F&B, this could be community gathering spaces on non-event days. So there's a lot of different programming conversations that I think come into play here, and building and designing a building for flexibility allows for longevity as we move, 10, 20, 30, 40 years down the road when we're thinking about. That also touches a little bit on what Shabine was mentioning before around sustainability and resiliency and how that ties to.
我就希望咧可以保持住將來嘅呢個嘅好多城市都係有呢個咁樣嘅設計。
So far, in terms of glass selection, in terms of films, in terms of frit selection on the glass to really limit the impacts to the environment. So we're being very conscious about all of that, both from kind of the flora perspective, but also from the flora and fauna perspective. I think one thing else that I want to touch on from the resiliency conversation is there's a lot of conversation
有好多嘅交流嚟講咧，點樣可以用比較多嘅用法，都睇到自己嘅能量嘅用力，仲有長期嘅用法。我哋講喺幾十年嚟嘅時候咧嘅用法，可以俾我哋用得幾多？
Comments. I think you've hit a number of them. Okay, Ian, you want to go back to callers?
Sure. Up next, I have Nita Patel. Can you please raise your hand? Nita Patel, Holly Meng, you're next. Nita, I'm going to allow you to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, members of the commission, and thanks, Ian. For the record, let me see.
State your name, please.
For the record, my name is Nita Patel. I am coming from a community organization, Asian Americans United. And for the record, I believe this meeting is in violation of the Pennsylvania Sunshine Act. This is a virtual only meeting, and an option for in-person physical space was not offered. So I'm not able to see who the other members of my organization or community are in this meeting, what they're saying amongst ourselves, and we're deprived of one of the open meetings laws, which is to provide citizens with the right for face-to-face interaction with each other and with public officials. And as of Act 15, the COVID-19 state of emergency established that virtual only meetings were acceptable under a state of emergency and would not result in virtual
基本上咧講，點樣講唔對你講話，但係咧，我哋今目前咧，我哋上網視頻咧，都係咁樣嘅講嗰啲嘅。
We've been given this project, as I stated before, to review under CDR. We cannot speak to process issues. Once the Planning Commission has given a project or master plan to the CDR committee to review, we have to review it. If you have concerns on the process, please direct them to the Planning Commission directly. And if you have questions or comments regarding the design or design-related matters and the impact of the project on the public realm, we welcome those comments and questions. Ian, the next person, please.
So Holly Meng, I'm going to allow you to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Holly Meng. I'm one of the member of the Chinatown committee as well. My deepest concern with the design part is also directly goes into the parking and the traffic that will directly affect Chinese business and daily life for all the residents. We're very concerned about we didn't see any exact doable tangible planning from the team, the proposed team yet. So hopefully the reality doable planning. But meanwhile, question about on this side, the same as in Fashion District, instead of 10th and 11th, why don't we think about 8th and 9th? I just pose the question there because it looks like they all
dead
即
at
係
this
嗰啲嘅嗰啲 fashion design institute 嗰度咧，你講做乜要冚10到11街咧？做咩唔可以冚8街同9街？
And also, I suggesting that design team also think about it to respect all the culture and community. Have you ever
即
think
係即係對其他人嘅，即係其他嘅嗰啲嘅傳統嘅信仰啊，關於佢哋嘅嗰啲嘅風水嘅有冇問過我哋啊？因為對同人嚟講呢啲嘢係好重要嘅。好似你哋到時要起屋嘅時候啦，呀或者嗰啲有活動日嘅時候啦，你冚咗10街同11街咧，對我哋同仁街嘅人咧就係會好大影響。
and give us more suggestion or give us more planning.
即係你哋咧可以嘅話咧，俾我哋多啲嘅考慮我哋呢度嘅嘅諗法。
We've had a lot of comments around traffic and parking, and I believe that the development team has addressed those comments.
亦都有講嗰個關於呢度嘅呢個問題。
Significant ways and has explained that the traffic
佢都有解釋關於呢個交通嘅呢個問題。關於呢個交通嘅問題。
sort of addressed that, and that the development team has addressed that. So if you have other comments related to design related matters,
你哋盡量嘅俾我哋就係講關於設計嘅。如果關於其他嘅嘢咧，就唔係我哋今日嘅題目。
Up next, Joe Huang, Thomas Betts, Mabel Chi Chan, or Adam Zhu. If you're in attendance, please raise your hand. Joe Huang, I'm going to allow you to speak. Please unmute yourself.
good afternoon. Please state your name for the record. Ian, maybe we go to the next person.
Yes. Robin Heineke. If you're in attendance, please raise your hand. Camille Bogan. Okay, Robin Heineke, I'm going to allow you to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Robin Heineke. I'm the lead pastor at Arch Street United Methodist Church, and I'm also Vice President of the RCO, Center City Organized for Responsible Development. I had to leave the for a meeting I had, and I'm not sure whether there was any question or comment around defining what is meant by affordability in terms of the residential unit. I am really concerned about truly making a significant number of these units available to persons who are experiencing but also qualify for housing or experiencing they're being unsheltered and unhoused, and would really be interested in hearing what the plan is in terms of affordability. I'm also aware that as I was looking at the pedestrian flow and the permeability of the building, one of the concerns I have is the operational plan for security. How will the entrances and the pathways and concourses that are open to the public, what would the security pattern be, and would it be welcoming for every citizen and every person, even every person in the city, to access the space? And lastly, I'd like to say that, in relationship to
大堂咧，你講咧係 arena 嘅大堂，邊個都可以出入，所以我哋想知嗰啲嘅安全性係喺邊度。
The planners in identifying ways in which they can make the building itself and its operation as green as possible. But it seems to me that the most
希
green
望呢
way
個
for
都
the
唔屬於
76ers
環保
to
啦，即
continue
係
their operation is to stay where
如
they
果係
are
你哋建築嗰方
and
面，但係我
retrofit
睇
that
咧，好似
building
係
in a
冇咩
way
足
which,
夠嘅
as
環保
it's
嘅
already
一個
been
嘅質素。
improved, that would make, I think, even a more green operation. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comments. Ian?
Dominic Vitello, Claire Wan, or Mary Purcell. Okay, Dominic, I'm going to allow you to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Thanks very much. My name is Dominic Vitiello. I'm a professor of city planning. And from the ways the design and development team has described the pedestrian and also traffic and parking studies this afternoon.
就好似仲未有啲答案。
To that point, I just want to stress one of 2 points. There is really insufficient information about
想知有啲幾樣嘢。
flows and their impacts in this master plan document and presentation. The renderings show some sprinklings of people and really conspicuously avoid depicting much vehicular traffic. And they do not show what pedestrian or
我都係想針對一個咧，就係關於交通嗰度。
I think before, during, after events, or on days and times when there aren't events. The arena plan includes a page showing ingress numbers, but it includes no egress plan. There's no page about that. Egress is especially important part of pedestrian flow. I'm sure you know, since it happens all at the same time for most arena events. People trickle in before events generally, but tend to leave more or less all at once. And just furthermore, seeing this plan, I wonder, finally, would this building, would building an arena here not actually require closing Market Street, particularly to accommodate egress from events? Secondly, the design and development team claims that 76 Place would be a link to enhance cohesion, that's a quote, and connect areas to the east and west.
冇嗰啲連接性，我都冇聽到點樣嘅你講有連接性。知佢係一個好大嘅一棟樓。
Links between different neighborhoods or districts in American downtowns. Indeed, independent economists and urban planners overwhelmingly find that arenas do not revitalize the areas around them, but rather make it more difficult for nearby businesses to survive. The scale, intense vehicle and pedestrian traffic.
就會搞到其他嘅生意點樣嘅生存法。
Which is exactly the opposite of benefiting nearby businesses. And this is why most of the so-called downtown arenas, those 28 to which you refer, right, are actually outside the heart of downtowns, located just beyond the edge of downtowns amidst undesirable and disruptive to the heart of our downtowns. So to conclude, I have studied the development of and history of downtown Chinatowns across the wherever a stadium or arena like this one.
但係咧，我覺得咧，呢個 arena 呢度咧，
or adjacent to a Chinatown, that Chinatown has been substantially
已經交翻上嚟，但係
and no community benefits agreement has been able to prevent
覺
that.
得咧，唐人街咧就會俾毀滅咗。
Rhetorical, or you can try to answer them.
或者你要答佢哋。
How would 76 Place be different from the norm and avoid repeating this history?
呢個76呢棟樓有冇咩特別咧？佢會點樣嘅連接到乜嘢咧？ 佢嗰啲好細嘅人，我點樣嘅可以影響？好似嗰啲 Washington Square 咁樣，明白歷史。
About all these things thus far have been entirely unbelievable. Thank you.
成個過程都係不可想象。
I'm going to allow you to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Thanks, Ian. This is Mary Purcell. Thank you for the opportunity to address this. I want to say, first of all, I'm speaking for myself. I've just emailed some comments, so I'll keep my verbal comments brief and just say I want to associate myself with the issues raised by the Chinatown RCO I am
關於
concerned
呢個
about the
唐人
experience
街
with over 200
擔
nights a year
心，
when the arena is planned to be dark.
佢哋講
Concerned
一
about
年
what's
有
imagined
200 日
at the
係
end of the
冇
20,
咁
30-year
光嘅，即係
lifespan
好
of
暗
the
嘅。
arena. I know it was just suggested that it could be converted into a building housing sort of smaller uses. What will that be like?
係一個比較細嘅運用嘅嗰個
been addressed as deeply regarding Jefferson
方式。
Station. I'd like to hear more about how the light and air there is
想
going
知
to be
下
preserved.
嗰度嘅燈光係會點樣嘅會亮啲，
Because this is about the design, about the
因為呢
construction
啲就係
project,
屬於
there
嗰
will be
啲
a
嘅設計圖嚟嘅，
years-long construction project. How will service,
每一
train
年
service
嘅
at
計
this
劃，
important location be
覺得嗰
impacted
啲
during that
火車
project?
站
There have been a number of issues raised about traffic, pedestrian
有
circulation,
幾個問題有提起關於交通嗰方
I
面，
hear about road closures, widened
我
sidewalks,
哋聽到乜嘢
10th Street to one
淡咗嗰條路啊，或者係整闊啲嗰啲行人道啊，
the lack of a proper plaza here, and that's a
我哋
significant
覺得咧，你哋仲
shortcoming
缺
of
少
this
嗰啲
plan.
嘅計
And
劃。
so, this is what's proposed to deal with that contention between those uses. You know,
呢個咧就係你嗰
terrible
建議嚟
traffic
講
here,
就係
bikes riding on the sidewalks.
單車啊，
Concerns were raised about
踩
access
喺
of
路邊
emergency
啊。
vehicles. I'm
你如果
wondering
講一
when
啲
instead
有急症嘅
the
時候，
arena be reduced in order to expand the sidewalk without reducing
呢
vehicle
個
traffic.
嗰即係講你可以行喺路邊嗰度咧。
Have other sites been considered? In closing, I ask as an advocate for the power of Philadelphia's unique neighborhoods, please consider the concerns of the affected neighborhoods,
講
particularly
關於呢
Chinatown
個
and Wash
關於
West.
呢個
Thank you.
唐人街呢度。
Okay, I have one more name for the pre-registered speakers. Just an FYI, if you do not pre-register to speak, you will still be given a chance, but I am going to now allow Deborah Way to speak. Please unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, thank you. This is Debbie Way from Asian Americans United, and I wanted to speak to a couple of things specific to Chinatown.
Can you
Speak
a little closer to the your phone or microphone?
Can you hear me now?
關於唐人街。
Sorry, this is the best I got.
Okay.
In the meeting on Tuesday in Chinatown, where the developers came and presented their master plan, I think that it was important to note that Chinatown had been disappeared from their presentation, and that was the presentation that I
我哋
pulled
而家
from.
最重要講咧就係睇你今日嘅演示嘅呢個計劃啦，係咪？我哋覺得咧成個唐人街咧已經唔見咗啦。
Trying to remove it as far from the arena site as possible when we know that it abuts Chinatown's first business. We didn't see any renderings that
我
showed
哋
China.
都冇見過乜嘢，你有提起關於點樣嘅幫助唐人街。
Change some of their drawings. The fact of the matter
你
is,
今日嘅睇到你嘅圖片有啲啲唔同。
is a stated planning commission priority, and the invisibility of Chinatown in this presentation is wholly unacceptable. It
所
doesn't
以而家咧成個唐人街好似冇唔見咗咁樣，係唔可以接受嘅。
Chinatown is an afterthought, and hopefully out of sight, out of mind.
希望咧就冇睇你就唔見咗。
Floor building on top of an 8-story building. So
你加埋一個20層樓咁高嘅公寓樓
comments where you're
喺
asking
喺嗰度，見
for
喺嗰
shadows
度。
and the effect on Chinatown. Understanding that
因
our
為同嗰個唐人街嗰度。
there and the character of the whole community. The first business is 2
成
stories
個
tall.
嗰個角色咧，
that abuts their site. And they showed the drawing in a way that when they do show that entrance on Filbert Street, they kind
你
of
嗰個 Phillips 街嗰度入嚟嘅地方，
building and they actually make
就好
Cuthbert
似
Street
有啲嘢唔見咗啦。
very wide, and Cuthbert
有
Street
啲
is a
Phillips
tiny
街
alley.
好闊
That
，Phillips 街其實係好細條嘅一條街嚟嘅。
sidewalk. So I think we need to see exactly what they're talking about And we need to
我
see it
需要
really
睇
is
下
very
到底
specific
係
of
咩
what's
意
in
思，
Chinatown. They haven't produced any renderings that
跟住
place
仲
the
未顯示俾我哋
context of
睇
the community that's going to be most affected.
關於唐人街會點樣去影響唐人街
Those are the things
嘅
that I
資
think
料，
are really important to point out because
因為我
the
覺得呢個係好重要一
the
點，
nature
你要
of
指俾我哋
the
睇，
consistent attempt to make Chinatown
你
marginal
哋一定要繼續
resides
嘅
in
俾
the
我哋睇
drawings
下
and
點
the
樣嘅影響到
presentations
唐人街同要點
speak
樣嘅設
to
計嚟到幫
a
我
lack
哋。
of front and centering the importance of this community, and it is the #1 priority of the Planning Commission.
呢
So
個咧就係第一
I think
第一
that
嘅
the
最
whole
重
thing
要嘅
needs to be
嘢。
taken into consideration vis-a-vis its specific impact on Chinatown.
呢個就係我特別要講出嚟嘅關於唐人街。
Did you say that was the last?
You know what, Michael? We have a couple hands up of names I called previously.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go from the top. Mabel Chai Chan, I have allowed you to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to go to Thomas Betts. Thomas, unmute yourself. You can speak.
Right. Can you hear me at this point?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Father Tom Betts. I'm the pastor of Holy Redeemer Chinese Catholic Church in Chinatown. And I've been listening for a bit. And for the most part, many people have said the things that I have to say, but I want to emphasize that the design does not take into account the traffic and parking needs of China.
都係冇講
The design and all the studies that the Sixers
點樣
have done
去
don't take into
嘅
account
影
street
響
parking. Street parking is very important for
唐人街。
our businesses. And what
你
will
睇
happen is
你好
the
似講
Sixers
街路
fans
邊
will
停
take
車，
away the street parking. They'll add time from inside the arena, and there'll be no street parking in Chinatown for our businesses.
街路邊停車
traffic
呢個咧
study
第一
that
個
the
大
Sixers
問題嚟
produced
嘅。
says there's plenty of parking in Chinatown. We don't find there's plenty of parking now. There certainly won't be when this is done. And so our businesses can't survive
我
without
哋嘅生意咧， 就冇得生存嘅。如果你冇街路邊嘅停車嘅話，
third of the business of some of our restaurants has to do with
仲有呢啲餐館咧，佢哋咧有好多嘅送貨啊，你哋如果真係講有活動嘅，咁樣咧變成咧冇位俾佢哋入，所以佢哋要送貨嗰啲咧就麻煩啲啦。
about at least as much parking as they have now, and our businesses can't survive if the traffic is snarled. The time the Sixers have their games will be the same time as our businesses are most active. So I think the design does not take into account parking and traffic
我
needs.
覺得咧，你哋嘅
And that's
設
really the
計
main thing I want to say. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
呢個係我要睇出嚟嘅。
Chair Johns, that is the end of the pre-registered names for public comment.
Are there any other members of the public that didn't pre-register that would like to speak to this project?
Yeah, I'm just going to go from the top of the list on raised hands. Julie Christie, you are allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Julie Christie. I am the Director of Data and Special Projects for the news organization Resolve Philly. And I would like to share my concern that this meeting is in violation of the Sunshine Act and has had a second violation,
Miss Christie, I'm going to cut you off. I've stated previously that once a project comes to CDR committee for review, we have to review. We can't speak to process issues or concerns like that. If you have concerns like that, please direct them directly to the Planning Commission. Thank you. Who's next?
Up next is Katie Dillon. You can unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Again, good afternoon.
Okay, at the risk of being a little bit repetitive,
Yes,
I just want
can you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Katie Dillon Lowe. I'm a resident of Washington Square West. I do wear many hats, but right now I'm only speaking on behalf of myself. You know, the developers are talking about this project as a connective node between City Hall and Independence Hall, but like, what is the reason that anybody would go there? Like there's a very limited amount of retail space as presented, a little bit of restaurant space, but the arena is only open for games, other events, estimated 150 nights a year. So like my question is, why would anybody else want to go there like on a Tuesday afternoon in May? To me, this does not look like a master plan, as this has been said. It looks like 68% dead space along Market Street. Like, why would anyone also building something along Market Street when the big draw, the arena, is only open for a third of the year? This design does not do anything to engage the wider public and the people who already use Market Street for their personal needs, for transit, etc. The design does not do anything to help move visitors along between City Hall and Independence Hall. Like, will there be public art? We didn't hear about any. Will there be public use of gathering spaces on off days? It really wasn't shown here. Is it going to cut off the concourse that runs underneath the fashion district on that lower level? The lower level concourse is the busiest level because people do actually use it. You know, you're sort of marketing that space. And when I say you, I mean the developers. But I'm really failing to see the public usage part of it. So I think everyone here has to seriously ask, what does this really do for Philadelphians? What does this really do for Philadelphia? As far as I can tell, it's mostly going to interrupt lives and the motions of regular Philadelphians more than it improves them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Up next, we have Samantha Holmes. You can unmute yourself and speak now.
Hi, I'm Samantha Holmes. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a designer in the city. I've lived here since 2010. And I was a little shocked to hear the design team kind of boil down the street experience to glass technologies, material selections, and kind of applying trees to Market Street. You know, it's not new that city streets thrive in communities where there is a lot of residential activity and retail activity together. And our city, you know, explains that. And I think a lot of these comments about Chinatown realize that that is one of the last communities in this part of the city that actually has a thriving ecosystem of a city street. There's a lot of high density residential above what's happening at the street level. And I'm a little bit alarmed that this project sort of just throws this residential tower at a really desolate part of Market Street without adding true density and true city experience to what is happening here. There are plenty of opportunities. And if this is something that sort of we all have to live with because of how far it is in the pipeline, I would really challenge the team to sort of think a little bit more about how much density is actually surrounding them. You know, flying over a beautiful new high rise is not the density that this needs. This needs to be
Có gì có nhiều cái ảnh mai có tí hổ quay về công gì để còn lại thì bắt đầu từ bây giờ你知你睇生活病嘅時候，你一定有其他人，有其他事，即係講我有超級市場啊，有餐館啊呢啲嘢咁樣喺周圍嗰度，咁樣城市先至可以成長，先至可以成功。
All right, thank you so much.
I don't see any hands up right now. So if there's attendees who wish to speak, please raise your hands.
And I just want to make folks aware that I've been notified that we're aware of several objections to this meeting on Sunshine Act grounds and have been advised that the meeting meets Sunshine Act parameters.
Okay, I have call-in user 1. I'm going to allow you to speak. Please unmute yourself.
And let me finish. And if callers do want to discuss specifically the Sunshine Act, they may. Just got a note. So my apologies. So the callers that called in, they want to discuss the Sunshine Act, feel free to call back to discuss the Sunshine Act. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, call-in user 1, you're allowed to speak. You're unmuted.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, can you state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Adrian Fernandez, Swamp Poodle Neighborhood Parcels Association, RCO.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So, design issues that I want to speak about. one, which I heard nothing about, but maybe it was addressed in writing or spoken. In this area, because we have two of the probably lowest tech and oldest hospitals, I didn't hear any
有兩間最老嘅個醫院，我哋完全冇聽過你哋提起關於呢兩間醫院。點解你加埋嗰個76嗰棟樓？呢間醫院咧就係呢個 Jefferson 醫院，兩間醫院同嗰個76嗰個棟樓嗰度。咁樣如果我住喺嗰個區，我就唔會病啦。如果我病，我就大鑊啦。咁我哋覺得咧，咁樣嗰個建築師嘅計劃咧係點樣嘅嚟到通知公共員關於呢個停車同呢個交通同停車呢個問題？呢個公共嘅嗰個交通。
Another thing that I have not heard covered,
所以我冇睇到嘅。
where you have sports, this design is going to introduce sports to, there'll be more younger people in that area, and I'm basically concerned that the new sports arena is going to also increase new sports gamblers, and I have not heard any
咧就會有新嘅人嚟到好似賭博咁樣，有嗰啲嘅賭博嘅相應嘅問題。我哋咧就唔想呢個咁樣嘅人出現喺呢度。真係。
chain of deeds from the gallery, from when the gallery was built up into the present proposed 76th place. I would like to see the chain of deeds be disclosed to the public. Within
咧就係嗰個畫廊嗰度嘅。如果而家你哋要起呢間咧，你咁樣你嘅換嗰個 change of deeds 就要正式嘅同我哋講換咗名嚟。
retail spaces indoors in that 10th, 11th market area and the area
更改嘅太陽。
district decrease that public space and uses and
嗰
also
個服裝嘅嗰度都有改咗佢哋嘅通用嘅公共嘅空位。
private ownership, the public can be completely cut out of public uses as we go forward.
如果你講嗰啲將來咁樣講咧，即係私人擁有呢個地方咧，我哋驚講將來咧你公共人咧就冇得用，咁樣咧入邊嗰啲零售嗰啲公司就可能就冇生意。我想知呢個設計咧會唔會好似講冇直接嘅影響咧？我係咁多。
Hope there's a motion to continue this meeting at a time that is not a major holiday time when we can have more participation by the public because this is a
希望咧下一次過咗呢個假期咗咧，我哋應該可以開個會嚟到再再交流多啲關於呢個城市嘅發展，因為我哋都係交稅人。因為呢啲咧都係要有錢嚟到補貼嚟到建呢個呢棟樓嘅。
Yes, up next is Joe Wang. I'm gonna allow you to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Joe Wang.
Joe? Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next. Paul Boney, please unmute yourself. You're allowed to speak.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Bonney, and I'm a zoning and land use attorney in Philadelphia. I want to thank the chair for loosening up a little bit on the ability to comment on process. My comment will last for no more than 1 minute. So thank you for your indulgence.
Yep.
And I just want to
responding
specifically to Mr. Convisor's statement on why this
Mr.
meeting is being held.
Conviser
This CDR
講呢個
process
今
is
日嘅會議
unlawful because it's taking place prior to the introduction of an ordinance to rezone the property into a master plan district, which is something that thankfully won't be happening for some time if it happens at all. I can speak a little bit to the Sunshine Act thing issue, although I'm not an expert on the Sunshine Act. But the argument is, Mr. Chair, is that given that Act 15, which is a state law, and that was the state's COVID emergency law, expired 2 years ago, that any virtual meeting, any virtual only meeting, which this is therefore now illegal under the Sunshine Act. So thank you very much for taking my comments, and thank you.
Thank you. Ian?
Up next, I have Eli Storch. Eli, you're allowed to speak.
I think you've got me, Kat Kendon. I'm not sure why I'm labeled Eli.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name's Kat Kendon. I'm a Philadelphia resident and also worked my entire life in the architecture and design industry. So looking at some of the drawings, looking at the pedestrian level, you can definitely see that the designer developers tried to make improvement here, but they stated in the existing retail that it was designed to be interactive to the street moving in and out, but now it doesn't function that way. So my question is, did they look into why it doesn't function that way? Is this some element of life in Philadelphia that they haven't taken into consideration when the previous design has similarities to the existing design? And like seeing
佢哋都冇考慮到咧，以前嘅設計同而家嘅設計係一模一樣嘅，
these
都冇
aspects
改
of
變。
activation. The main thing that we're seeing here is LED signage and advertising.
你
That
有
is
睇咧
really
睇個 LED
unfortunate.
嘅嗰
And
個
if
燈，
that's what activation of a building looks like to this designer, I
如
really
果
do think it's a
佢
much
覺得
better
係
fit
嗰
in the stadium district.
嗰個設計師睇到嗰棟樓咁樣嘅光嘅白嘅話，你
street
睇，
level as a pedestrian or perhaps in a residential building nearby.
即係你覺
Last thing I'm
覺得
gonna
咧
say is
邊
just
度可以
to echo
照得到
repeating
過嗰啲
concerns
行
in
人道嗰
Chinatown,
度
and I
咧？
hope we can do what's right for Chinatown. Thank you.
係啊，因為咧我哋咁近唐人街，我哋都要做啲嘢嚟到幫助唐人街。
Mabel Chai Chan, you're allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself. Okay, I think Mabel's having some tech issues. No more hands are raised.
All right, thank you. I thank everyone for their comments. And again, I just want to reiterate that we are aware of several objections to this meeting on the Sunshine Act grounds and have been advised that the meeting meets Sunshine Act parameters. Thank you. With that, I want to turn it back over to the development team to respond to just comments and questions that were raised this last go around.
Praveen and JJ, do you want to start off with some of the activation and streetscape and retail engagement as it relates to design and existing design, future design?
Sure,
Yeah.
JJ, do you want to start and then I can
Yeah.
chime in as required.
Happy to. And again, thanks everyone for the comments. And it is something that we're taking seriously. So I know there's been a number of other comments around non-event day experiences, and you know,
你哋有啲意見咧，基本上係
but I want to reiterate that the
關於呢啲嘅設計，
building to act as a true gathering space on those
我
non-event
哋都
days,
想俾你
whether
知
it's
咧，
for food and
我
beverage
哋
or
都係
retail
即係
activation
講你哋
or
講針對嗰啲設計，
but I think there's also a number of programming opportunities within the
佢
building
都係一樣嘅
that we want to implement.
嗰個
Whether that's
計
at
劃，
street level, going down to
即係
just
同佢哋嗰啲嘅街路邊嘅嗰層樓，
east, west, and north, south, but also something that we haven't hit
即
on
係東
yet
南
is
西
the
北。
street bridge.
但係咧，我哋講嗰啲嘅大十街嘅嗰條橋， 因為講翻上嚟咧，成個過程，
perspective, I think it's no secret that
我
we're all
覺得咧
very
係
very
應該係好重
And one of the things that we're trying to do with this
嘅
new
一個
bridge is really open it up to the community, engage in a different way, and that's through light and air. So trying to create this lightness to the building that when you're in it, you feel
咁
connected.
我哋要設計一個咧，你入去呢棟樓入邊咧，你係一個好放鬆嘅感覺。
Depending on where you stand within
但係我哋要睇咧，你企喺邊度咩位置，
which is an amazing comment around public art. There's been a lot of conversation within
即係基本上講嚟講，即係一個公營嘅一個藝術產品。
how we put public art so that it expresses the local kind of Philadelphia context and art scene. And perhaps, you know, we were discussing that the bridge might be a really good location for that, whether it's the underside to lighten it up, again, to provide light and air to that underside for different experiences and then also for safety, but potentially elsewhere in and around the building as well. And I just specifically on that bridge itself in terms of programming, there's been a lot of conversations around where and how do you host community events in this building that's different than just that ground floor. So trying to get multiple perspectives within this building.
喺唔同嘅意見嚟到睇下個唔同嘅方向，即係睇下呢個新嘅新嘅 arena 同嗰個住嘅嗰棟樓。
re-energize this entire 3-block stretch. So a lot of different conversations in place. But again, thank you everyone for the comments, and we're gonna certainly.
Quick question for you. This is a great rendering that kind of shows from Market Street. When there is no venue, are the lights off?
如果冇嘢嘅話，佢哋係咪燈就冇開住嘅？都冇節目嘅話。
Wanting to be operationally green, there will be lights on, but only to the extent that we also want to be
如
mindful.
果我哋都係要慳電啊嘛，但係有啲地方嘅燈係開，有啲地方嘅燈係冚住嘅，但係佢唔會完全黑晒。
I did want to just touch on a lot of comments were made about the view corridors and you know changing what's happening as we look at the gate. Respectfully, obviously, we're not lowering that elevation of the bridge itself today to maintain that view
一
corridor.
定係我哋就係唔會撳低嗰條橋，我哋都係要 keep 住佢喺上面咁。
And that light and air as well. So we're not touching or changing the view corridor that's there today with the existing bridge.
我哋基本上就唔會改變。
One thing I want to
個設計係一定㗎啦。
different angles, I think, in some of the public.
你講係有關於嗰個網啦。
Different. Why is it different? What happened that didn't work there?
咁係我講佢有差別。
We will have an ongoing partnership in the portion of the mall that is going to remain.
我哋都係一樣嘅講一部分嗰個關於呢個網。
Renovating that space over the course of the life of the arena in a way that is complementary to the uses that we're talking about. And as JJ mentioned, the mixed use nature of the site.
有時我哋點樣講咧？呢個就係你可以溝埋嚟用呢棟呢個 arena。 即係講零售嗰邊，喺一部分嗰度，喺呢棟樓嘅一部分。Market 街嗰度咧就係一個比較
particularly as it's a private investment. There was a question about subsidies. We've said this before, and I want to say it again very clearly. We will not be taking any subsidies from the city of Philadelphia. Project is not contingent on any subsidies or public funding.
我哋咪同 Philadelphia 城市有贊助我哋嘅。
Not just in the city of Philadelphia historically, but across the country, where most owners and developers are looking for substantial.
全部嗰啲嘅投資者嗰啲人。 佢哋即係本地嘅，佢哋一份本地嘅投資者。有幾個問題我想澄清嘅。都係有睇到重複問嘅呢個問題。如果你去睇我嘅圖片，嗰10街同11街嗰個圖片。
So I just want to be clear that we are not proposing any modifications to the numbers of lanes of traffic on 10th Street or 11th Street. There was a question about the time frame of construction as well. Someone referenced a decade. That's just not accurate. I've heard 8 years before. That's not accurate. We're envisioning starting demolition of the site in 2026 and construction, vertical construction.
先開始啲，大概係2031年就可以開㗎啦。我哋明白呢個建築咧可能會影響到唐人街。我哋咧，我哋都可以保持住建築嘅嗰個嘅步驟。即係保持住嗰個10街同11街嘅溝通。
So that's not something that we've discussed yet or determined yet, and something that we have been discussing with the community would want to.
關於嗰棟樓咧，高樓咧，住宅區同有一部分咧係即係低收入嘅住宅區。嗰個79個 unit， 79冇咧就係嗰個低收入嘅。呢個就係我哋講20%係低收入。
So the market rate would offset the rents of the affordable.
That's right.
所以咧，佢哋咧可以俾就係即係講市場嘅租金咧，佢哋俾佢嗰個折扣，直咁樣俾折扣。唔需要通過咩政府部門嗰啲咁樣嘅。
At the end of games, you talked about that, but someone mentioned, what about Market Street? You don't foresee having to close off Market Street I'm sort of envisioning 1,800 people sort of spilling onto Market Street, not just the side streets. So how do you propose that?
你冇講愛近 Market Street、Market 街，佢哋都係想知。
Crossing guards, event management staff that would manage the outflow of people. Mass transit again is a key consideration here, sitting on top of not just Jefferson and SEPTA, but also Patco, Speed Line, the 2 subway lines that run there.
其實火車站，仲係聽起其他嘅。有啲咧就係有啲。
And that's actually a good segue.
Wait a minute, we want them to leave the building because we want them to go and shop and go to restaurants and stuff. So we don't just
愛佢哋入去嗰度。即係唔係講我哋愛去淨係得去睇活動啊嘛，係嘛？睇打波啊嘛。我哋都係愛去喺嗰度食嘢啊，喺嗰度嘥啲錢買啲 shopping 嘢咁咯。我哋即係要 keep 住保持住呢個俾公共人用嘅呢個地方。
Certainly, I know we did run out of time, so apologize if we covered.
對唔住，我哋又少咗冇足夠時間啦。
Some of the question about activation, especially.
仲有啲問題關於嗰啲點樣去運用呢個地方。你哋知喺嗰個 Market 街去Jefferson街係呢一條連接嘅。
Really Market Street facing space where you can access.
但係我講 Market 街啊，有咩面對咩嗰啲嘅唔會面對乜嘢嘅火車站。
Which again, that's an added entry which helps facilitate movement through there. I believe there was a comment to that earlier. But really being able to, on non-game days when the connectors are open to the public, having that direct line north-south to connect you from Market to Jefferson Station, get in there. And then additionally, I think there is
Market 同 Jefferson 嗰條都係有連接到嘅。 大廳關於大
that
廳。
can be brought up there, but again, we are maintaining continuity of those easements between kind of 8th and 9th, and maybe if you go to the page before this, it shows it in a grander scale. But again, that continuity is maintained, and access to Jefferson Station is maintained, still below grade as it exists today. I know there are staff comments about quality of interior space. We believe the north-south turn as you go around the proposed arena connecting to Jefferson Station will maintain the current kind of quality of the space down there, and again deliver you directly to Jefferson Station as it does today. And then again, I do want to stress one more time, the connection between Jefferson Station and the Market Frankfurt line.
Jefferson 千年
There's no plan change to that connector.
唔知道，目前仲未有改變。
There were some other questions around coordination with Jefferson and hospitals, and I did want to touch on that because it is something that obviously is very important to us and something we've been in close contact with.
我哋暫時唔可以講住先，因為有啲資料仲係屬於係比較秘密。但我哋知講咧，如果有咩急症咩時候咧，可以點樣去應付？軟件啊，電腦嘅軟件咩嘢都可以嘅保存住。好似你講三藩市嗰個監橋嘅籃球，佢哋就係喺醫院嘅旁邊。但係都係一樣啊，冇影響到醫院嘅操作。
Great, thank you.
There was also a question around gambling facilities. There are no plans for any current or future on-site gambling.
你哋提起講關於賭博咧，我哋冇計劃講要有講賭博嘅嗰啲嘅事件喺度先。
How will you address security in the design?
Yeah, I can.
嗰個設計嘅安全。你哋嗰啲公共型嘅安全係好重要。其實呢個地方咧係好重要嘅，呢個安全。
We only see this getting better as we head towards an opening in 2031. We'd want to utilize the best of
喺2030年開裝。我哋都要保持住我哋嘅基礎係安全又好玩，俾呢個全個州嘅呢個系統嘅安全性有效嘅。第一咧就係要講同個城市嘅委員會講係關於呢個安全嘅事件。我哋都會同城市嘅唔同嘅部門商量講計劃安排嗰啲點樣計劃嗰啲安全嘅措施。
With that, I'll turn it over to the committee for comments. But first, if Councilman Squilla, if you want to make a comment. Just let us know if you'd like to.
Thank you. Yes, they just gave me the option to unmute. So I want to thank you for holding the CDR committee hearing and listening. More input from the planning commission. And I want to thank all
希望可以睇到更加多嘅資料，都多謝大家嘅發言，嚟到幫助我呢個過程。我哋都會繼續嘅開會討論，都會喺嗰度攞更加多嘅資料。多謝晒大家嘅支持。
So, CDR committee. Discussion. No, there's a lot to take in, obviously, and a lot of questions were raised and comments were made by the public. And so, Tavis, did you have a?
Well, I just wondered if we should try for general comments first, Michael. That makes sense to try to organize this a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah, I guess my first general comment is I do wish I had more information. I appreciate the question and answer going back and forth that helped to break things up. I appreciate the design team bringing some clarity to this, but I do find it hard because we are in front of some of the reports, right? So I think that makes it a little bit challenging. And at a master planning level, it does seem that the area is constrained, even though we've been asked to look at the constrained area. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around that, really.
Yeah, and maybe I can piggyback off that, Tavis. This is a very high impact, once in a generation type of project for the city. And we are here to have a robust public discussion about this potential development and to provide feedback to developers before it's too late or the designs are too far down the road to change. So in that spirit, I'm really grateful to the Planning Commission for opening up this discussion to this board. And I also want to thank all the members of the public who dedicated their time today to sit through this really long session and wait to speak and all of those things. But having been a professional planner for 15 years, I would also like to underscore the overarching comments we've heard today in relation to the quality of the drawings themselves. I too am frustrated by the lack of detail provided, particularly as it relates to understanding the impact of this type of use for the flow of event attendees and where they will all fit. We need to see a more comprehensive plan with honesty around the arena impacts and the mitigation measures being evaluated, shadow studies, traffic lane striping, traffic flows and volumes, parking counts and utilization of garages, queuing volume diagrams. All of those things are missing from this presentation. And frankly, pointing to the engineers behind the curtain or studies without sharing the results creates a little bit of distrust here. For such an important design conversation, I'd expect you to come to this board correct. I recognize that this team is early in the design process, but this drawing set creates a lack of confidence that this design team will do right by our public realm, the city that we love, and the adjacent communities.
Thank you.
I can jump in, Michael. I mean, we've all expressed our appreciation for the participants today. I want to take a little bit of a different tact and just note all the work that's gone into this and the appreciation of the development team to bringing this forward at this time, premature though it may be. It's a serious proposal. There's a lot on the table. There's a lot of thought that's gone into this, and there's a lot of great aspects of what would make a successful downtown arena included in this proposal. Members of the community have really raised some great points. In fact, we've never had an experience just like this one. There hasn't been anyone speak in favor of this project in what, 6 hours? It seems like 6 hours. It's really grueling. And I guess that's goes to the point of the impact of this and the importance of this and the size of this. So it is really hard to get our head, arms around it and have feedback, which is positive when it's always it's very easy to criticize a project of this scale. So I do want to say a couple of things to the members of the community that chimed in. I think a lot of the concern about traffic, parking, the impact of the dearth of parking on the community, impact of dearth of parking on the businesses is a little bit of a red herring. I know it's a legitimate concern. We're all concerned about where we put our car at the end of the day. The fact is, if you have to go downtown in a car for any reason at any time, that's going to be the most frustrating part of your day. This is a colonial era city with 24-foot wide cartways, and it's impossible to drive downtown. You know, it's just, and it's impossible to get anywhere quickly, and it's impossible to find a place to park. I don't think street parking really has much of an impact on businesses because you never are able to park in front of the business anyway. You know, the idea that you'll find parking downtown makes people want to drive downtown and park to go shopping, but it's really a fiction. In my mind, this entire proposal boils down to one thing, and that is, does this project contribute to the vitality of our city and the adjacent community, namely Chinatown, when it's not hosting an event? And in that metric, I think, as what we've seen so far, there's no evidence to support the assertion that it really would be a positive contributor. The design team has talked a lot about the vitality of the internal connections. But, you know, we all know what great covered shopping streets look like. We all know what gallerias look like in Europe and in Asia. You know, dense, jam-packed, vibrant shopping streets. And there's just no way that, and this was called out very accurately by some of the community members, there's no way that the retail blocks, the red blocks in the plan, would support that, you know, the intensity of use and activity that we all want and need to see on a 2-block or 2.5 block or whatever, 1.5 block downtown, urban, interior, whatever it is, court, whatever. And, you know, it's funny because there's an image, there's an image in the presentation materials of probably the most successful indoor shopping development I've ever seen, certainly in Philadelphia, maybe anywhere, not that well traveled. And that's the Reading Terminal Market. It's jam-packed. A lot of, you know, on Saturday, it's shoulder to shoulder. And why is that? It's tall, it's well lit, it's directly connected to a number, at least 2 major streets, 2.5, if you count Filbert. There's a variety of shops. They're small and close together, and there's an incredible intensity of use there, right? That's what we want in a great indoor shopping area. And, you know, this plan shows connections to SEPTA, big escalators, crowd, you know, but it doesn't lead me to believe that on a non-event day or 10 o'clock on an event day, you know, 10:30 in the morning, there's going to be any more than a few passersby, right? Now it's not hopeless, because the connections to the massive public transit is excellent. The pass-throughs and the shortcuts that I can envision happening in a redesign of this project could work, but it really needs more density, more vitality, more something. And, you know, we can't see the future. If this were built, could it work? Maybe, but I'm not convinced at this point. So I guess we could go on, you know, more, but I think the non-event activity is the thing that will make or break a downtown project of this scale.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
And that I'm not convinced yet. Now, but let me say, you know, these are great diagrams. The connection to public transit is excellent, and I'd love to have a downtown arena that has this. And a lot of the folks that called in today said, why here? Well, this is one of the great reasons why this is a good place for a basketball arena, or a place you could see a rock concert, or whatever else we have in arenas, the circus or Cirque du Soleil or anything like that. It's right on top of a major public transit. It's a block from Patco. It's a block from the Market Frankfurt line, et cetera. Widening the sidewalks, and I'm not concerned about pedestrian traffic. If anything, we want more pedestrian traffic. I think the pass-through and the connection to Chinatown is an improvement from what's there and solvable, but it needs more, in my opinion. So there's a lot of potential with this project. It's, in my mind, is not a non-starter, and it's, a lot of people have put a lot of good thought into this, and the developers are willing to dump a lot of private money into this, which is going to, create a lot of jobs and a lot of activity and a lot of construction work and all those sorts of things, which are all great and what we want for the city. So I don't think that's just my opinion. I know we don't have complete consensus among the committee yet, but the keystone of this project is, how does it function on the times of the day when there's not an event, and on the days when there's not an event. And that's what the development team should really be focused on if you really want to contribute to the life of the city.
Absolutely, absolutely, Dan. I wholeheartedly agree with your statements. And this is a great diagram, in my opinion, because it does show some great linkages to get through and around the site. But what it lacks is that, and you named it, the intensity, right? It would be great to come into this sort of gallery space, and there's shops on both sides, not just one shop on the corner, and then you're kind of walking down a sort of long corridor to another open space, and then you're out the door. I think, having those great linkages to public transit is wonderful, but we do want to make sure that we entice folks that visit on off times to not only visit within the building, but also entice them to visit to the stores and the shops and the restaurants that are in and around the facility. And you hit the nail on the head. It's not game day. It's what happens the rest of the time. What does this space look like the rest of the time? And are there opportunities where some of those upper floors could be utilized on those off event days? Because it would be somewhat disheartening to walk past that facility most of the time and sort of see just minimal lights, sort of on upstairs, and kind of just people using this gallery as a quick way to get from Market Street over to Arch Street or something, because they're going to somewhere over there just to get out of the rain, but for no other reason to come into this space. And I think there's a huge missed opportunity to create that vibrancy and intensity. Not just, of course, doesn't have to be like the Reading Terminal, but something that some activities that would kind of make people want to go visit there. So Clarissa, any comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a general comment about the process, since it's come up a lot. And I think that's something that we touch on in many other civic design review meetings, but I'm hopeful that because we're having this conversation so early in the process, that it really gives the development team and the design team the opportunity to take a lot of our feedback into consideration, and actually listen to the community and implement changes based on the discourse that I hope will continue to happen. So I think, although there is a lack of detail that can be frustrating as we review this, I'm hopeful that it's an opportunity that the comments that are made can have a meaningful impact in improving the quality of the design and the community's perception of it moving forward.
Absolutely.
I wondered, talking about the east-west and north-south connections. And as you were talking, Dan and Michael, I was thinking about this. I just wondered, so we have the 150 game days, right, where it gets closed. But it would be great if it was open to the public those days too. If we're going to give up a city street, I don't want to. I want to use that street all the time. So I wondered, functionally, if that could happen, because it's an ask to close a street. People noted we already have the sort of dark and gloomy bridge conditions downtown, and now we're going to have a closed Filbert Street too. So that's a programmatic. I'm sure it's also an architectural problem. Obviously, you'd have to think about your security. But I just wondered about, being able to walk through there on a game day and absorbing that energy and having it be a true public space all the time. So I think we do have to think about game days.
Interesting. But of course, yeah. And then that goes sort of to the question of how does the architecture affect the security of the place? You know what I mean?
Right.
How do you make that, how do we make those two things work? I think there were some technical sort of comments that came out from the public, just in terms of the level of documentation. Someone mentioned there's no land use map, which, once I heard that, I was like, there isn't. So I don't know what the zoning is around this site. I mean, is there, RSA 5, or RSA 2? Well, I don't know what's near there. So those are some things that sort of struck me. Just the level of additional documentation that I think would have been helpful, to understand this project in the context of the rest of the neighborhood, or the neighborhoods that surround the site. And also would have been helpful for the development team to show a little more of the recent residential and mixed-use development that has blossomed on the south side of Market Street, right near there. And I think a couple of those projects have come to CDR, and just to kind of see how this project sort of architecturally and physically would relate, and what that impact would be between those close developments, and for the city to kind of give us an understanding of kind of what's happening potentially on other underutilized parcels that are near this site too, and what's happening with them. So we get a sort of more comprehensive understanding. And one thing is to show what are the boundaries of Chinatown. Like on this map, it just says Chinatown. I don't know that, does it end at the back of that? If I don't know for sure, or is it 2 blocks from there, or is it just where it says Chinatown? And then the other, the other comment around sort of parking, hopefully the parking analysis and traffic analysis takes into consideration that on a game day, there will probably be shows on South Broad Street, at the Kimball Center and other places, and it's always difficult to find a parking space when those shows are going on. And so hopefully your traffic and parking studies take into account those activities that will be going on pretty much every time there's a show, and that those parking garages would be utilized by the folks that would be attending those venues also. Any other committee comments?
Yeah, there was a comment about the connection and the station. Well, there was a lot of discussion of making sure that light could still get down into the station, which I think is really important. But I don't know enough. This diagram doesn't give me enough. I'm not confident that station is going to get celebrated in a way that it should be celebrated, right? That's one of our biggest it's a huge station for our city. And you know, that really talks about making public civic space. Planning said, oh, you know, maybe raise the height of the entries. And I've been thinking a lot about that. If you want people to use this station to come to games and have it feel like a great experience, it needs to be a great experience. And then we have the other, whatever it is, I can't do my math, but the non-150 days, right? It ought to be a great civic experience coming in and out of that station every day. So convince me that it's going to be.
I do appreciate the development team's commitment, it sounds, and willingness to listen to the community and to the city planners and others and other stakeholders that have a deep interest in what happens on this part of Market Street and the effect of this facility may have on the surrounding community, businesses, and just the livability on non-game days and on game days. So I appreciate your willingness to commit to that.
Michael, I can't stop. I've got more.
Sure.
Great.
We got time.
You know, we really haven't talked about the vertical spaces. I think someone in the community said, well, we talked a little bit, right, about, hey, what happens on non-game days? You know, is there anything that's going to be open to me? And I start to look at that roof deck. I start to think about Sarah Green. I start to think about how that has become such an unbelievable public space. The young go there to take pictures. I know this personally because I have young people. The old go there to take pictures. Everybody goes up there because it's a unique space in the city. It's giving back public space within our tight confines of the city. And I think, you know, we have the one rendering that has the LEDs, and pull me back if I'm going too far at a master plan level. But I really look at that and I say, okay, you know, we have a constrained street condition because of the age of our city. What can we give back? And what is life going to be like in those residential towers, right? For everybody to look down. And again, I know it's a master plan, but that just says to me, you know, it's an ad, someone commented on it. It feels, everything about the building feels very much like an ad right now. And, you know, I get why that is, but I want more for my downtown. And so that is a moment that, you know, could be really interesting and could give back a really big public space.
Oh yeah, for sure. That would be amazing, actually.
It would be. And, you know, if you could get to it up the outside of the building, and I know, again, safety, security, it all has to be thought about. But if there was a way that you didn't even have to go inside and you could get up there, gosh, it could be awesome.
Yeah, it would be.
Well, you know, just to add to that, it's the one thing that's been puzzling me, and I don't have any solutions, but, you know, the development team brought a truly world-class design outfit, a number of world-class consulting teams to this project. So we can throw it back at them and say, solve this. That Market Street facade, in all the renderings, it's shown fully populated and active, of course. So upper floor public space has a tough time. It's hard to get people off the street. People don't see it. They don't experience it.
可能會有啲人都唔中意上去樓個電梯去樓上邊嗰度。
But also this front, you know, the front 30 feet, the front 40 feet of this building on
目
Market.
前如果係30、40尺嘅話咧， 但係唔係只就係講活動日啫，即係節目活動前日即係前同後都可以，人哋都係可以睇，即係有一個動力嚟講嚟到快成嘅一個總嘅動力。即係而家嘅你知建築嘅盡量嘅要提升高。如果係講係好靚嘅一個設計，即係嗰個好似講係玻璃，但係咧我哋嘅啱少少，又唔會好太猛嘅光亮。而家咧就挑戰性咧就係嗰個設計嘅團隊要用呢個 facade 嘅呢條。
Maybe it's the roof.
嚟到運用呢個空間，都可以講好似係藝術嘅發展嘅發展廊啊，喺藝術啊，即係發展商咧，佢哋係有世界嗰啲嘅一流嘅設計師喺度嘅。
Can we talk a little bit about sustainability? I know on my end, certainly this is
關於持續嘅呢個功能。好似我哋每一日都係要繼續咁樣嘅繼續做關於持續嘅設計。講關於嗰啲有啲嘢覺得係太早啦，提得太早。好似要點樣嘅保證可以持續住做嘅話咧，但我哋冇聽到嗰啲最重要嘅計劃，關於呢啲電力啊，有時覺得呢個計劃有啲少少嘅缺少咗。雖然我哋嘅計劃中都有少少嘅嗰啲嘅可以堅持落去嘅計劃。
I have a lot of them. I want to pose a counter to Dan's. I think, Dan, you are right that the daytime use is most important, but a very close second
係好重要。
the impact of 18,000 people coming to this block and what that actually means. And I'm gonna out myself here.
即係講呢個因為8,000人參與。
A few times a year, and I'll be there next weekend, and I'm part of one of those crazy crowds.
嗰啲 MG 嘅下個星期我就會出席，好多人，到時會好多人。
But it is a lot, and I think we are. I don't want to skate over like what that actual impact is, and there are those crowd control barricades and police cars everywhere with the flashing lights.
出席嘅人又控制嗰成個場所，周圍都係警察。嗰啲人啊、車啊，嚟嚟去去啊，就呢啲就係我唔中意啦。即係講人同車全部都一齊咁樣去有行動。我亦都唔知到底呢個地方係可以有幾多人咧？MSG 嗰度咧，佢係講可以承受好多嘅人嘅。有啲擔心呢個咧，就係可能細啲，比較細咗。 如果我哋講刪咗嗰條街，我哋就可以睇下我哋仲可以點樣做，即係同佢哋講到底呢個係咩意思咧？如果我哋識咗呢條街嘅意思，我哋要表達出嚟俾佢哋知，我哋有呢個計劃。如果我哋講咧，即係成果係點樣？
What does it mean to shut down these streets and to have these thousands of
即
people?
係我哋想知啦。如果我哋真係識咗嗰條街嘅係點樣嘅？當我係向北邊喺10街嗰度，可能都會一兩條街會暫時閂咗。你咁樣變成我要去向南啊嘛，咁樣我哋兜過另外一條街，咁樣再去落去。咁樣我哋想睇到比較多啲嘅圖片，關於點樣，到時我哋識咗嗰啲路啊，點樣嘅轉過去啊。
I rarely drive in the city, but when I do, I usually take a car. And if I was running late to the game, I might hop in a rideshare to get there. And where do I get dropped off? And is there a designated area for that? A lot of these venues do have designated areas, and it doesn't seem like there's been a lot of thought around that particular aspect here. I guess it's, it really just speaks to my first comment that I'm not convinced by these blue areas, and maybe as a
就好
discussion.
似頭先嘅頭一個講嘅，係冇咩有信心。嗰啲地方有啲可能就冇咩明白。呢啲有幾個地方都係有啲冇咩咁清楚，所以我哋覺得都係需要解釋清楚啲。對我嚟講係冇咩清楚，有啲地方係即係圖片出嚟。你覺得如果真係你會犧牲嘛？嗰啲零售嘅鋪頭，如果覺得太多人企喺度，可能你需要犧牲咗佢。
My opinion would vary, I guess I'll say. I'm not going to say I disagree. But I think these are unresolved issues at this point, and we don't have the evidence and to be certain about what we're talking about. And
我哋就知道我哋睇點樣傾啦。
The way to handle that crush, especially as one of the commenters
辦法點樣應付呢個問題？
just as an aside, say that so
我
many
哋
of the
講一邊嚟講，
were
咁多嘅
extremely
意
high
見，
quality. We have a great Philadelphia
啲建議都係好好
is a
嘅。
great design region, and it was
香港
evidenced
設
by
計得好，
a number of planners and architects and urbanists that
咁多嘅設計師
but
做。
when everyone gets out of there at the same time,
但係當每個人都開始
exactly
離
as you
開，
said, all of a sudden the 6 or 4 inch curb is a hazard because you can't see your feet. And automated bollards that block off the north-south street and allow people to flow across.
可能就會北同南邊嘅嗰條路就傷咗咧，俾人行。即係我有睇到有效啊！你基本上就係冚咗條街，淨係俾喺交通嗰度。即係講你冚咗街咧，淨係俾人哋人行嘅，變成一個人行嘅地方，係有效嘅。呢個設計嘅人咧，可以即係都係有諗到呢一點。 最重要，我哋都係對我哋好重要嚟講，睇住人行，佢哋好舒服嘅行，我對佢哋都係有啲興奮咁樣啊，要行去睇波啊，睇節目啊，即係呢啲可以做嘅，但係我哋要睇下點樣做。
And I guess maybe one, if we're making requests for additional information, how the security checks flow, like is security right at those entrance doors for ticketing? And maybe in 10 years, security
警衛站咁樣係點樣嘅做咧？
right now, I think you're waiting in that blue box and security is right at that dash line and then you can go in and enter the stadium and go upstairs to the concourse.
即係警衛啊，喺下邊嗰度，可能入門口嗰度查啊，你先可以落去樓上。
A little bit more, a lot more, maybe push
呢個可能多啲，或者放出嚟嗰個行人道嗰度。
convinced that you can really dictate all of these different entrances and how many people will
即係
choose.
講，因為你仲未知講呢啲入口咧會有幾多人用一個時間入邊。
And so, do we create a larger space there? Do we sacrifice some retail for that?
你睇我哋需唔需要犧牲咗零碎嗰啲嘅生意？
Yeah, I was even thinking, because hopefully, well, two things about getting to the game and getting away from the game. As much
有兩個方式去睇呢個活動同出嚟。
secure bike parking, you probably need more.
仲有嗰個低層嗰個單車嗰個咧，可能要加多啲。 如果喺費城呢度嚇，我哋如果係夏天天氣靚啦，我哋會睇到好多人踩單車。有啲我哋出去咧，我都係踩單車啊。然後我哋睇電影啊，或者去食飯咩啊，如果係方便啲嘅話咧，我哋全部都係用單車嘅。咁一樣嘢咧，就係我哋可以睇咧，就係電梯。 就係放電梯喺Jefferson 街嗰度咧，一直去上去嗰層樓。
A lot of folks are coming to the event and leaving, and maybe a part of
我哋真係要，雖然我哋要即係幫助本地嘅經濟啦，但係有啲人咧係咪佢淨係嚟睇波就走㗎啦，就翻屋企㗎啦，佢唔會留喺呢度住啊嘛，咁嘅意思講。 但如果可以嘅話咧，喺火車站嗰度係咪？佢到咗直接嗰個火車站嗰度嘅電梯直接帶去上邊，咁樣都係好方便。如果講上嚟咧，即係講如果仲有巴士站啦，喺國校嗰度都係基本上都係可以有影響到嘅，係咪？
I was, but that was also my dog.
Oh, okay.
I think she wants to say something, but I want you to finish your thought.
No, that was it.
Oh, okay. I think the comment of really seeing some more about the Filbert Street side in renderings would be great. The rendering that we were looking at, where you look down toward the Chinatown arch.
如果你睇落去嗰個同仁街嘅話咧。
This just is such an opportunity for a gateway to the gateway. And because it's kept low here, I'm not sure that that's working out yet. And
仲未知，因為而家我哋係睇佢比較低啲，所以而家我哋仲未知。即係同嗰度同仁街嘅人講嘅話咧，係咪？即係仲未同佢哋合作過。 咁我哋會同佢哋接觸咗，即係仲未試過。
but the bus station is gone.
嗰個巴士站就唔見咗。
We have a lot of well, there's a lot of debate about having a bus station as a
即係我哋喺嗰度嗌叫，嗰個巴士係咪屬於公共嘅地方？即係如果我哋係建咗呢個有冇影響？但係嗰個巴士站咧係好重要對呢個城市嚟講，呢個係佢哋嘅計劃。我哋而家仲未知咧，呢個咧會點樣嘅配合到我哋嘅計劃。但係我知咧，我哋需要更加多嘅呢個公用嘅地方。
To really make it allure
喺唐人街嗰度嘅巴士場，即係當個活動日嘅時候咧，睇下佢影響係點樣。十北街嗰度咧就比較困難啲。我哋都係講嗰條點樣嘅應付啊，即係向北向南喺十一街嗰度。
Clarissa, any additional comments?
I just keep thinking back to how little there is about how this is impacting like the immediate neighbors, and it's just hard for
喺
me
嗰度諗，點樣嘅直接嘅影響佢哋同佢哋嘅鄰居。
what is it like to be a resident that's a few blocks away, or how are
即
the
係講啦，
businesses who are on
嗰啲人住一兩條街過去嗰度嘅人嘅感受啊，佢哋會唔會點樣嘅影響到佢哋嘅生活啊？即係你哋有冇提起呢一件事咧？即係講我都係諗對佢哋嘅諗法有啲疑問，睇下有咩影響。
time seems really concerning to me because all of these people are going to be exiting at once. It's easier to think through as you're arriving. People might arrive earlier and, you know,
即係
go
容易嚟講就講哦，我早啲到啊，我去餐館食飯啊，但係咧，我哋走嘅時候咧，大家都要同一個時間走，我哋要行4、5條街先去 parking 嗰度攞車，咧就離開停車場。So 呢啲嘢就係，我真係諗唔到嗰啲本地人嘅嗰啲嘅影響力，影響到本地人嘅人，個影響力嘅程度有幾深？
Any other comments from committee?
I wonder if we could talk about the public realm drawings at all, the street sections of the sidewalk, and they had some imagery in there in terms of furniture and planters and maybe the one before this. I just want to flag that the bollards here.
Bollard thing.
I know that this is early on, but the bollards that are currently on the site, particularly by Filbert Street, are of a much higher quality. They're like stainless steel and nicer looking. Like even these things give me pause. Just the quality of the furniture.
街路邊嗰啲柱啊，bollards 佢嗰啲柱。
The development of East Market has done a really wonderful job with their pavement, with their
佢哋都嗰啲發展商都做得好好。 佢哋就想睇佢咧比較有高質素嘅材料做，即係有冇即係講有冇呢個嘅即係講會睇下有冇機會可以咁樣嘅考慮到加呢個喺路邊嗰度。 我哋都要比起嗰個睇下要興奮啲。
Inspire me, show me that the civic design is going to be really terrific, and I completely agree on
公共用嘅、公民用嘅嗰啲嘅設計。 呢個係一個好大嘅呢個安全嘅意見嚟嘅。我哋都唔係講要俾你覺得唔舒服。如果我哋講係俾公民用嘅話，至少都係有用，有一段時間，一年入邊都有一段時間要用到。
Yeah, they do show a lot of trees in the renderings, which is kind of a classic sprucing, literally. But I don't see any of that landscape included in any of the site planning, and so are we
都
getting
冇睇到乜嘢喺街邊嗰度嘅設計，唔知大家有冇乜嘢答案？但我哋都要睇到嗰啲種花嘅嘢，放啲種花嘅嘢喺街路邊。
There could be more to inspire us.
Yeah, there are in-ground trees there right now, so it's possible on market. And they put in planters.
Yeah, I guess there are a few, Ashley, you're right.
Yeah.
They're kind of, they're a little constrained though. It's not a grand street of trees.
Yeah, you've got the L right under market, so that's
exactly.
A lot of other infrastructure. I remember we went through that same issue across the street with
commercial
node that they put in. Was we asked them to do tree pits, and we asked them to move the entrance to the L, or incorporate the entrance to the L better into the design. I don't know if I don't think they did it, but yeah.
Michael, is there more we should be saying on the affordable housing piece, or is that?
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily design, but the issue of affordable housing always comes up. What is the level of affordability? Although HUD has a standard, PHFA has a standard. There's all these sort of affordability.
睇下低收入嘅某種嘅程度。
Folks that are in the neighborhoods where these projects are being built.
有個周圍嗰度咧，佢哋周圍嘅建築。
And require lower affordability, right? So whereas the city may say affordable housing can go up to 120% of AMI or 100% of AMI, all right? 100% of AMI is kind of like the average median income, right? So maybe at sort of 60% or 40% of AMI. So from a financing standpoint, how do you make those? That's why it's the kind of question, although it's not related to design. Will the market rate units pay for or subsidize to some degree the rents that will be paid for the affordable units? And people do ultimately want to know, can my neighbor making 40% of AMI, 50% of AMI, will they be able to?
就係嗰個40%、50%巴仙有冇辦法嚟到租呢間屋？俾嗰啲100%、120%嘅收入。
What does that really mean in terms of numbers, in terms of how those numbers relate to the incomes of the neighborhood residents? So, committee members, any more comments?
Well, talking about the residential section, I mean, we could have an entire civic design review just about that, and we have, right, with other projects. But next time we see this, it'd be great to know not the numbers so much. As important as Michael just went through. But what's the character of that housing? Is it family housing? Is it?
Sure.
Are they one bedrooms? Are there studios? We need all types of housing.
呢啲係一個房嘅基本上。 So 基本上係一個房嘅公寓嚟嘅。 有啲人可以嚟到探訪家人啊。 有啲咧住咗5年就走咗。
skip stop elevator scheme so that some units are through. You don't have 2 elevations and cross ventilation, or is it?
有啲冇電梯，有啲有電梯。
Other, using modular technologies, all these types of questions, and we've seen all these approaches in civic design review in the past. So it'd be great to know more about that. And is it possible? There's a lot of people asking a lot of this development team, but is it possible to have more than 20% affordable and make it work? Those are some of the issues we'd like to see. They're not all master plan issues, of course, but
我哋都要睇最主要嘅大鑊，睇下有冇咩嘅影響。
You're going to have some discomfort from
你可能會有啲少少嘅冇咁自在。
It's not entirely misplaced, but there are balances to work out, and I think all things being equal, I would be in favor of more of this kind of housing at this location. That's just a
都係
personal
咁樣
opinion.
講嘅咧，我都係比較中意呢一種嘅
More about the character of the housing than we've seen.
呢種嘅住宅區嘅咁樣嘅情況。
I like the inclusion of housing here just because it does make this particular landlord be really considerate about being a good neighbor. Like there's something about including a housing component here that will
呢度嘅屋主咧，會做一個睇下好人，即係比較好相處嘅人。即係講，因為你知我哋 Arena 呢度，如果有節目嘅時候咧，就有好多人，即係睇下呢個屋主佢哋住喺呢棟高樓嘅人咧，希望一個好嘅屋主嚟到明白。 尤其是係活動日嘅時候。
So I want to make sure that he's definitely included in this conversation. Sorry, John.
Yeah, thank you. So I value this conversation among the committee members, and I just want to add that, and there's been a lot of comments from the committee just about the arena's relationship to the neighborhood, as well as
咁呢個 Arena 嘅關係同鄰居嘅關係。
And as part of the making sure that this design
我
understands
哋都要保證呢個設計啊，我哋要俾佢明，我哋要明白講佢嘅重要性啊，對唐人街。你知如果唐人街嘅嗰度有200幾間嘅生意喺唐人街嗰度，又有5000人住喺嗰度。
Chinatown is also a hub and a destination, right, for visitors who come to Chinatown for the food and services. But
我
also
哋都引嚟好多人啊，話你食飯啊，呢個係算做一個傳統嘅總站嚟嘅。
neighborhood of Chinatown and why people come to either
即係
live
我哋想知做咩事人哋嚟唐人街咧？可能嚟探訪，可能嚟玩，或可能嚟住。
the design around the master plan.
所以呢個嘢咧，一定要加喺入邊你哋嗰個總計劃嗰度入邊。好似牧師講咁樣，關於嗰個交通同嗰個停車嘅問題，呢個咧真係好多。
Many residents also have cars, so I think the concern there is that on event nights, we don't
你
want
擔心嘅時候咧，就係當日嘅時候，有活動嘅時候。
You somehow got muted. Nope, you're still muted, John. Okay, go. You got it.
Yeah, and secondly, the delivery business has really picked
送
up
貨嘅。
a lot of the business that has been lost since the start of COVID. COVID
Yeah.
has had a terrible impact.
就你知啦，好似嗰啲嘅送貨嘅人嚇，即係自從佢疫情咧，都有影響到佢哋嘅生意。但係嗰啲喺開嗰啲餐館嘅生意咧，都仲未真真正正嘅恢復翻。
Technology and use things like Uber Eats.
我哋咧就用嗰啲上網嘅機嘅電子嘅方式嚟到做生意，好似嗰啲 Uber Eats 咁。
More understanding of the uniqueness and dynamics of how Chinatown works.
我哋覺得你哋要需要知多啲呢個關於呢個唐人街嘅意思係乜嘢，你要明白。
And of all the issues that the arena brings to Chinatown.
嗰啲嘅唐人街攞過嚟嘅arena 俾帶嚟俾唐人街嘅嘢咧係乜嘢？呢個係一種都幾嚴重下嘅嘢嘅，我哋一定要諗下嘅。
Committee members, any additional comments?
大家仲有冇咩嘢想問咧
Vertical greening.
Vertical greening, all right. Ashley?
The parking piece of the puzzle, what was shown today was a diagram with the locations of, there it is, and how many of them have, spaces over 300, I think is the color coding or something like that. But, a more fleshed out inventory is something that I think would be helpful for the conversation. How many of these are reaching their peak utilization, and like what does it
總
mean?
之咧有幾即係講呢啲嘢咧有邊一個咧係比較耐㗎啦，即係我哋仲有好多問題想問，所以我都會問一睇嗰條線仲有邊一度嘅咧係比較舊啲嘅。呢個係一個好大嚿嘅拼圖嚟嘅。所以呢樣嘢點樣可以用佢用嘅方式？淡咗 Clover Street， 因為我哋嗰啲車上嚟，交通上嚟。
There was only a bus map with where the stops are.
有個地圖。
But we didn't, there's so many lines that go on Market Street. So if a bus gets delayed here,
都好多條線咧去 Market 街嗰度，所以有時咧就做咩事，有啲巴士會遲到咗。嗰個咧係一個好嘅號碼嚟嘅，都有幾多號碼下嘅。
Late at night, that's a big deal for a lot of residents, and we just need to know what it means. How many lanes are the fact that there are no travel lanes or striping of traffic.
都想知道大概有幾多，因為有時都都好掹震下，因為諗到喺個上落嗰度，所以有啲問題。
Yep, I hear you. I was muted. I think I've said most of my piece for today. Thank you.
Larissa?
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add other than I do appreciate the process that we went through today and all of the thoughtful comments and
多
everything.
謝大家今日嘅意見啊，表達嘅嗰啲資料啊。
I've said everything for today.
我今日需要講嘅都講晒啦。
I'll turn it over to, you can turn it over to the comments page.
Working on loading those up right now.
Why? I know
there was a lot, right?
There's fun.
Well, I think there was a lot of comment.
There
were just a few things, you can kind of put the comments in just a few buckets at some point.
有啲嘢你可以放啲問題。
I apologize for the scrolling. Can you see the page?
Yes.
Okay.
你睇到嗎？呢個係俾委員嘅。
We'll be looking at these in great deal afterward, using the recording as an assist, both
到
organizing
時我哋會用呢個錄音上嚟。
all the buckets and subjects that
我哋有嗰啲委員會咧，如果有資料嘅話咧，我哋就會有記錄晒你哋嘅意見。
With that, I'll start scrolling through. Please let me know when you're good for
而
me
家都
to
開始。
move along.
Okay, so 接住咧會早啲嘅喺 RCO 嗰度睇起嚇關於 CDR 嘅講成。頭先佢哋所傾嘅嘢。
Okay.
Staff has folded in the informational questions and requests that came from earlier in the meeting. And there will be some redundancy between these and later comments, which we will.
嗰啲嘅資料要求同嗰啲嘅問題全部我哋會繼續去研究落去。
Slow down for a second.
Sorry about that.
Just go back one, just like, yeah, right, that's it,
Right.
Okay.
Okay, to move on to ground floor design comments.
Yep.
Apologies, that should say shops on both sides.
Yep.
See. I'm sorry, Tavis?
You're muted, Tavis.
I was trying. CIRA is Sierra Green.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I know exactly what you mean then. I apologize.
It's my accent. I think we were making the question willing, are we willing to sacrifice retail for gathering? I'm not sure. I think we had differing opinions.
And I think we would know the answer to that if we understood how the volumes of people fit on the site.
And more about the gray areas, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
The actual gray areas on the plan.
Right, exactly.
I don't know if we want to. I mean, these are just criticisms, but one of the things that is the strength of the project is the public transit, and had to have an arena without dedicated car parking is a plus in terms of sustainability and hopefully in terms of urban mobility in general. So it comes with its own set of challenges, of course, but it is when we ask the question, why here and why not 2 blocks this way or 6 blocks that way, the development team did respond to that, and access to public transit was one of the answers.
I also really love the comment from Tavis about the experience of public transit needing to be
celebrated,
not celebrated, but also pleasant. And I think, when we're thinking about improvements to the site and leveraging this great transit, there's a lot to be improved with the concourse and what that feels like.
Yeah, I wasn't convinced by the argument that it's like, well, it kind of works now. Okay.
No, when you do travel abroad and see the amount of public funding and design and high quality design that goes into these transition spaces in public transit, you see that it can be done.
That is true.
We used to do it.
That's right. And of all the recent stations, Jefferson is nice. It's an achievement, and maintaining that quality of light and air and space and views and design is a goal that I know the team is taking seriously, but we have to make sure they don't lose track of that as well.
This is John Chin. I do want to mention that there is a bus stop at 10th and Filbert Street right now where the Navy Yard buses stop to pick up and drop off people. I just remembered that.
I think as part of Bus Revolution, they're incorporating the Navy Yard line with the 45. So all the reason to look at the bus lines and how they interact with the 45 runs up 11th Street, so it will be impacted.
Did the residential tower show plans of drop off and pick up and loading, unloading? Might be too early.
I believe that's it, although we just had some initial categories for buckets of subjects, but we'll refine those as we look harder at the notes.
And can include staff comments. And one other question, how does this project compare to Madison Square Garden in New York in terms of scale, size?
I think it's the same capacity, which is why I was drawing a direct relationship. I think the sites are different scales, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty close to the same capacity.
Okay.
Well, and it's there isn't. I mean, the other stadium comparisons are actually, I think, not in downtowns. They're adjacent. Just as a note.
Right. Okay. So now I need a motion to accept the comments.
To accept.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Mấy thầu luôn ạ. Cái gì on.
John Chen, the RCO representative, you are a member of the committee, so you have the right to vote and also make a motion. So now I need a motion.
Đây thì tôi phải phải on theo cái quấy gì cái gì on.
Or to continue the CDR process for this project.
Cái chỗ đi rồi. Suy ra cái chỗ.
I second.
There's a second. There's a motion. Second. Can I get a roll call?
Yes, there is a motion to continue the civic design review process for 76th Place at Market East, beginning with the
Chị Cài.
Support the motion.
Yes, I do.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Thank you. Dan?
I do.
Larissa?
Yes, I do.
Ashley?
Yes, I do.
Davis?
Yes, I do.
And Michael?
Yes, I do.
Unanimous support for the motion.
Thank you. Well, we look forward to the development team back again here at CDR, and clearly there are a number of issues that were raised
What
CDR committee, planning commission, and especially members of the community and stakeholders in and around this proposed project location. We ask that you take those comments into serious consideration and look at presentation in your package to meet those recommendations. So again, thank you for commitment to Philadelphia and a commitment to this process. So thank you. Forward to seeing you again.
Thank you.
Now I need a motion to end
Michael, before we do that, I want to personally, and I think on behalf of the committee, thank the staff and the translators and the
for
all
sure.
the hard work that went into putting this on. It's really professionally done, and people got a good opportunity to share their
Tôi sẽ tài ca thường phong tôi giàu của tôi cái dần lực lượng các mặt cái con sọ.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. The folks have done a yeoman's job in just putting this together. And just the logistics of the whole thing. This is a very important project for the city. But before we end, I do want to ask if the council member would like to make a comment. If you're still on. Councilman Squilla, are you still here?
Looks like he slept.
Okay,
No, he's here. No, I'm lying. He's here.
okay. You wish to make a comment?
Hello,
Yep, we can hear you.
can you hear me?
Yes,
So I just want to say again that I think there was a lot of great input, a lot of great comments.
今日好多嘅建議我意見，我哋仲有好多資料要接受，
as far as studies and other data is
我哋仲
concerned,
要
but I
研
think it's a
究
good start
到，
to be able to have
但我
input
覺得係呢個好開始。
possibly looking at changes to this
其
development
實我
if
哋
it
咧
were to
睇
go
下
ahead
呢個
now,
建議呢個咧就幫
the
我哋
impact
改善
on
啲呢個
the
計劃，
surrounding communities, if they could be
即
mitigated
係
or not.
睇下我哋
So
可
I think
以
again, this is
周
just
圍嘅
part of
鄰
the
居
process
啊，
that
周圍嘅社
would
區
love
啊。
for the development team to be able to come back.
咁我如果得嘅話咧，我哋計劃啊一班嘅人，我哋可以翻嚟睇下見啲仲有乜嘢嘅改變。
as we receive the data from the studies, which probably be
睇嗰啲
early next year or
睇嗰啲
whenever we
日
get
期
that
嘅話咧，
information,
可能係明年嘅年初。
and or concerns and seeing it
仲有你哋嘅建議同有咩擔心嘅嘢，咁樣去幫我哋繼續嘅進行。呢個係一個好重要嘅費城嘅一個計劃。
To the city and to everyone that is involved or will be
呢
involved.
個真係我哋都會參與呢個重要嘅呢個嘅計劃。
We do our best to get this right.
我哋會盡我哋最好嘅力量嚟到我哋淨係有一個機會可以整好佢。 我哋可以，我哋應該通知人哋我哋嘅進行啊，到邊度啊咁樣嘛。你講好。好。
Hi, Michael. This is Alex Smith. So we will essentially be just post this meeting. We will be uploading all of the recordings in all 4 languages. We will also be
Alex 就會上網放嗰個錄音嘅翻譯喺嗰個網站嗰度，但係我哋仲未有時間幾時，我哋就會開會。 我哋仲未知下一個開會係幾時，咁我哋會到時會差唔多2個星期前咧就會通知講大家幾時開會。
Can I just say on behalf of the applicant and the team to everything that you all said, we echo that. We appreciate the comments and the feedback.
亦都係多謝大家嘅建議。
8 years in advance of when an arena opening is kind of unprecedented for a lot of these conversations, and we agree everything that we heard today was helpful.
我哋都同意講今日所聽嘅嘢咧，係咪？
Do our best to try and advance and address.
我哋都會盡我哋嘅力量。
Give an explanation as to what we're thinking about and how we're thinking about it. But appreciate everyone's.
到時嗰啲我哋會好醒神嘅咁樣嘅考慮嘅。
With that, I just need a motion to end today's meeting.
我睇下邊個可以建議今日結束，邊個會接受？
All in favor?
咁樣我哋就今日結束啦。
Thanks again, and we look forward
多謝晒大家，
to seeing you again.
大家到時先見面，再見。